I did, but it was raining, so I had the best of intentions. Okay, we're live. I've been informed by Ollie that we're live, and I'm late. So let me just. Do we have anybody present on Zoom?
Yes, Carrie.
Carrie's on Zoom. Okay,
And I
And-
sent
and
a
Ter-
message, he said he was coming.
Hi, Connie.
So maybe we can start.
Terry's on.
How's it going?
Oh, wait, and Carrie. Okay. All right. So, hi, everybody. Welcome to our meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Today is Tuesday, October 4th, and it's about 4:08. And present at today's meeting, live, we have Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, Ray Pohl, Stephen Welch, and Connie Patton. And on Zoom, we have Carrie Thornwell. No Jesse, right?
Not yet.
Okay, but we almost have a full house. Okay, for those of you in the audience, just a couple of things. One, mute your phone. Two, let us know if you're going to record any portion of tonight's meeting in advance. Thank you. So first order of business, of course, is to approve today's agenda. All right, so Diane has made that motion. And because all of the regular members are live, I can just do a simple voice vote. So all those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. So we have an approved agenda. Okay, so discussion and vote, first order of business.
I have that.
Yes. So letter to SB discussing of reinstating remaining advisory boards recently decommissioned. And so Diane, oh, goodness.
I have a letter that
Well,
I would like
oh,
to
okay.
read.
Yeah,
Not doing all that stuff. I will explain that to you.
okay.
I'm going to read this letter, and then I am going to ask for it to be held until next Tuesday. So you guys could read what's in the packet, make any suggestions or questions about the letter. And then next week, we will be able to, only a week's time, and that's legal,
Yes.
to approve and go on with it.
Okay, that sounds great. I did make some notes about certain things, but now I know that I have some time to actually digest and look at the language that we have. Now, so Diane, did you want to read this?
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
I have the letter that I'm going to read. You do not have copies of it. So you don't-
Oh, so it's not this that we have in front of us?
No, she's got a short letter.
Gotcha.
And then
Okay,
PowerPoint.
yes, okay.
And then there's a letter that I am suggesting go to the board,
And that's in here.
and that's in there too.
Okay, okay.
So what I'm saying, the select board has asked us to consult with them about the advisory boards, and I propose we send them a letter signed by all of us with our advice, not only about the boards, but also about the urgent need for more support of the HDC. I have a letter to propose, which you all have a copy of. I also provided an outline of the letter for your convenience, and I will now explain to you what the letter asks. First, that the select board asks town council to draft an article for town meeting, making it possible for the HDC to appoint the advisory boards. Advisory boards are necessary because of the size of the HDC and because of all the distinctive villages in the district. The HDC is the best qualified to appoint our advisors, and we should not need to ask another board to do that for us. Secondly, if the select board and the town council recommend that the advisory board should have regulations, we will request assistance from town council in drafting those regulations. No regulations should be proposed unless they are proposed by the HDC. Thirdly, that the select board temporarily reinstate all of the advisory boards with the people to be chosen by the HDC so they may operate as they have been for as long as necessary. We rely on these advisory boards for their advice. Finally, the select board must realize that dissolving advisory boards abruptly with no consultation with us was extremely disruptive. The HDC is overwhelmed with applications and does not have any full-time professionally trained staff to review them. We must do something about this. In 2016, the last of our full-time professional staff was removed. We've been making do with administrative help from Plus and part-time help from our preservation planner, but we are forced to rely on volunteer farm time for all the design review. We've had 4 HDC administrators in 5 years. We have been working very hard to keep up, but mistakes are being made. The HDC needs a full-time dedicated person with professional training in architecture design and other skills specifically to our work. This person must report directly to the town manager and not to the director of Plus. Plus has not supported us. It has not consulted with us and actually has been working against us. I'm not asking our staff to move out of 2 fairgrounds, but the HDC staff should have its own work area where it can meet privately with applications. The HDC staff must be managed as its own independent department, and this is an urgent need. You all have a packet with the proposed letter and a similar letter the HDC sent to the Select Board in 2016, along with the meeting minutes from that discussion. Let's work together to support an organization. Let's support the organization we are receiving from the town manager, so we will find a way together to ask for improvements. I feel strongly enough in this matter that I am drafting a citizens warrant article addressing an independent, qualified HDC administrator and staff. I would ask you to show your support by signing the letter to the Select Board, and thank you. I also wanted to mention that the working staff that we have had have worked very hard and have done everything they've been asked to do, but they have to split their time, and other people who are not governed by the HCC come in and approve stuff, and then they get stuck with the bad words. So we all appreciate the work that Esmeralda, Holly, and everybody else in the office has done, and we want you to know that. But to have somebody who was educationally went to college or whatever in architecture would make everything easier. It would make your work better, and it would make our work easier. So that's what I'm doing. And this packet that you have in front of you gives you all the things that I mentioned. And we'll do this next week. This will give you time to review the letter, and make any comments that you want to, any additions that you want to, take out something, any good idea, and that we will be working at the same time to put together a citizens warrant in case we are turned down at the select board.
Okay. Thank you. We should probably take what you just read and enter it into the record sort of officially. Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, these guys, do they have a copy of it?
Yeah.
no,
it's
this
different than
is
that.
just
Yeah,
my
so
letter.
what I have and what I think you guys have is
It's
slightly
another
different.
letter.
Yeah.
You don't have this, because we just
So what I'm
wrote,
suggesting, Diane, is that you just get a copy of that to staff, so just so we can put it in the record.
yeah, you
Okay?
can do that.
That would
They
be
can
good.
have it-
Now,
Have to give back.
does it make sense to discuss this at all now prior to sort of reviewing what you have down on paper? Or should we just take this up in earnest next Tuesday all with our little,
Well, I
bullet
just thought it would
points?
be good to see what we're suggesting
yeah,
and then to come up with changes, questions and whatever,
right.
than trying to do it now and.
I think that without having done a pre-review on this, because, I think everyone has their own thoughts on
Right.
this and how it will be affected and what should be included and all that, here are my little bullet points, but I would like to read what you have put down and come back next Tuesday, and I would invite all of you to do the same. Yes, Stephen?
Yeah, I would, Diane, if you could through staff forward a Word version of your letter and of this document for us to
Oh,
comment on.
actually, that's a fabulous.
The letter you just read
Yeah.
and the document we received.
You got everything?
No, what
we
he's
don't.
suggesting is, you did this on your computer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a Word
Yeah,
version.
so you probably have it in Microsoft Word, right? That program? Like when you type this out on your computer, you use Microsoft Word. I can
No, I
only,
don't.
no?
But Diane, you can get it to the board, your letter.
Yeah, I can do it and send it to
Yeah.
Esmeralda and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll just be
And
easier
it's
to
so
work
funny,
with if
how do
it's
you,
a
how do you
digital
actually
format.
do something like this without having Microsoft Word?
I don't know.
Did-
I do it on, I don't know, I do it on M.
I don't do it on Word either. I do
Oh,
it on Notes.
that's so funny, because I just
I do
thought
it
that
as
was.
as
what
a
everybody did.
email from the
Okay,
big
well, look, I
Google.
think what Steven's
Perfect.
looking
Yeah,
for
yeah,
is an
no.
electronic version of it so that he can go in and just like,
The text version, because then we can make bullet points
I'm
in
a
context.
90-year-old woman,
no,
yeah, but you didn't do this on a typewriter.
Yeah,
You didn't, no, you did this on a computer, so,
You can talk into
Okay.
them now.
so we'll look forward to the digital version.
Yeah.
yeah, that's
what I do it on.
fine. So
I have-
just forward that to staff, and
I gave it
I'm
to
sure
you,
they can, I'm not technically literate enough to know how you like translate one to the other,
Yeah.
if that even needs to happen.
And then one other comment.
Yes,
I know we're going to get into a greater discussion on this, but I think I'd be remiss if I didn't comment that, Holly's profession is this area of
yes, it
operations
is.
and work and preservation. So I don't want that to get lost in kind of the semantics of the discussion of who works for who and who works for us and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to get into great detail
No,
on that. I
thanks
just wanted to-
for that. Yeah.
I think it was
I-
somebody who's full-time, not doing anything else,
I think
is what she
My
meant.
comment is that I think we should be careful to the extent that we have staff and that we are respectful of the work that they do. I'm not suggesting anyone is being disrespectful, but if you listen to what's said and you don't understand Diane and your background and your interest in this work that the staff does and your appreciation for it, it could easily be misperceived. So I'm just making a comment.
Okay, all right, I think that's fine. Yes, and thank you, Holly, by the way. Okay, so I think we can reconvene on this one, which means staff, if you could simply just place this once again at the head of our agenda for next week, for next Tuesday.
Can we just put a timeline though on getting the digital copies? Because I'd like to get it this week. Tuesday next week is going to come real quick. So if you could maybe send those out tomorrow. to
Yeah.
staff.
Can they do, can Esmeralda scan that to the board?
No, I want a digital version so we can.
Yeah, scanning
manipulate the text.
doesn't really work.
They have a whole thing of this.
Diane will figure it out. She'll get it to you. I
Yeah,
promise.
but I want to be clear. I'm looking for a text, digital text, so that we
Yeah,
can
no, I
see,
know.
we see a
I know.
paragraph, we can add a bullet point comment,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
a PDF.
I'll watch for it.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
It's typical when you're editing documents and
Yeah.
reviewing
You
documents.
can turn a
This isn't-
PDF into a document too.
I don't think that we should have to each do that. We should simply get a document. It shouldn't be this difficult
Okay.
to make a simple request. Thank you.
Okay. Life in the information age. Okay, any commissioners' comments?
I have a question,
Yes.
only because I was filling out stuff to drop off over at Plus today.
Yeah.
How come we're still signing COVID waivers? Because it takes so long to get through the process
May I
that-
answer that?
Yeah,
Because we're taking so long to
get
process
through the process,
applications,
that's
and
what I
it just
thought.
gives us enough time to process applications, and so they don't default.
that's what I thought. I just wanted
Okay.
to ask.
All right.
The other thing, could I ask about 7C? Have I brought it up a couple weeks ago? And we
Oh,
couldn't find out
Do you guys have
what
an
was
answer on
happening?
that? Okay.
The building is condemned.
It is, as I understand it from Stephen, last time we all met, when I was here, it was condemned not by the building department, but I believe the Board of Health.
Right.
Because I believe that there was like leaky sewer pipes running through the Seven Seas.
Gift shop, the one that.
Okay, we have to be
shines down.
careful here. We have to be careful because we don't want to deliberate on this, so if we could just find out the status of that. And that would be available through the Board of Health.
It would be
Okay.
too bad to have it collapse in a.
I walked,
It's-
again, this is a discussion item. I did walk through the building and I was on the second floor and it's structurally sound. Oh yeah, it's structurally sound. The issue was, if you go in the basement, there's old wrought iron pipe that's all cracked and everything, and that's all going into the ground. So that's the issue right now.
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah, Stephen.
So this is a general comment on the specific
Okay,
property.
good.
A condemnation is not a structural, the building code doesn't actually list condemned as a vocabulary word. Condemnation is when a building is not safe for human habitation. So just to be clear, what the condemnation.
So it doesn't mean that it's falling down. It means that like there's something that would be a hazard to human health, like raw sewage.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Stephen.
And actually condemned would be a building that is deemed unsafe to live in. So again, it just ties to whether it's safe for human habitation.
Well, it's good that you didn't say it's unsafe to visit, because I visited it.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's what's wrong.
yeah, okay. All right, thank you all. Public comment, anybody? Come on, let's have it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to take an opportunity to mention that we're wrapping up our survey plan. Remember, we're a certified local government under the National Park Service.
Yes.
And we've received federal funding to do a pilot with the fish lots downtown. And they're also creating a survey plan. And what that survey plan is going to do is outline how we're going to survey the entire island, the whole National Historic Landmark. Probably at least a decade, if longer, process. But it'll lay out those plan and priority areas. But I just want to mention we're wrapping that up. And we're in the transition stage of actually going through the contract for the next grant that we received.
You mean
to
the
continue.
post-fish lot grant?
Yes, so we're going to be going after this fish lot pilot is done. We're going to be finishing up the fish lots and then moving down to the Brant Point area. And as you all know, there's a lot of structures down at Brant Point.
Mhm.
There's a lot of old 1989 HDC surveys that need to be updated. Some of them that are, maybe not there anymore. So that's going to be the next leg of that project. But again, this is because we are a certified local government to the National Park Service. And I just wanted to pass that along. This is for the commission and the historic district to utilize.
That's
So,
great. And I'm glad they chose the fish lots first, because that's where I live.
thank you.
I get to find out about my hood. Thanks a lot, Holly. That's great news. I'm glad that this is finally getting underway. Okay, let's see. I think that brings us then to our signs. And we have the signs that are, I believe, is the awning part of this, or no, just signs?
Mr. Chairman, those are
Yes.
being held till next week if possible.
The signs are?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad about that, because my understanding is that they're trying to do like a package where we discuss the awning, the signs, the whole thing all at once. And I think that taking that approach, I think would be better than sort of like trying to do this bit by bit. Okay, all right, so we're holding both of the signs until next week. Is that correct? Okay. And do we need a motion for that?
Motion to hold signs till next week.
Okay, there we are. Val's motion is to hold the signs for next week. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? There we go. The signs are held. Consents. Do we have anyone who, Billy needs to recuse. Where is he? Is he here? Right, Billy Sade. Is it pronounced Sod or Sade?
I think.
Anyway, I don't need to recuse, and I don't believe any of the regular members need to recuse. So,
There was a swimming pool.
Yes, and I pulled it off because I wanted to discuss it.
Oh, is it on the agenda further down there?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
You mean under new business or something?
yeah.
It was on consent and it was a pool on a, thoroughfare.
Okay, well, so, but you're happy, you are
I
content
am
with.
so happy.
All right, excellent. So shall we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda, 3 through 11.
Sounds good. Okay, so all those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we are. New business. Do we have Linda Williams with her fence at Bayberry Lane?
Mr. Chair, no, she wants to continue that.
She wants to hold again, just for kicks, let's do a motion. Hold for rep.
Oh, hold for representation.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There we are. How about 9 Orange Street? Okay, let's see.
Yes, I'm here.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Could you just give us your name for the record? I know what your name is, but.
Yes, Bob Kulin.
Very good. Thank
Yes.
you, thank you. All right, so we're passing out your application at the moment for a hardscape and driveway at 9 Orange.
Yes.
So my battery runs out. Thank you.
Would you like me to provide my comments on this? Or
Yeah,
not yet?
why don't you just walk us through,
Okay.
what you're proposing?
Yes, a small driveway on the left front side. I'm sorry my sketch is so rough, but when I brought it in to the office, they told me it would probably be okay. As everyone probably knows, it gets harder every year. It gets more difficult to find parking. And I wanted to add a few points. First of all, there's a yellow line on the street, the whole length of our property in front of the house. And so putting in a small driveway would not be taking up any valid on-street parking spot. And I put down red brick on the application because that seems to be what most of our neighbors have. So I thought that would look the nicest and be the most appropriate. And when I put in the size 8 by 20 on the application, I could get by, because this is only for one small car. We could get by with 8 by 15. And that's it.
Okay, so for all of you looking at the diagram, only the hatched portion is the drive, the 20 feet and the 18 feet is really about your yard dimensions, not the parking itself.
Yes.
Right, okay. So I'm going to turn this over to Holly, who's going to give comments because you are in the OHD, see what she has to say. The other thing that, just informationally, it would have been nice to have some photographs of your house and the area where you propose to put the parking, but let's see how it goes. Holly, it's to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling that this is associated with is a circa 1835 Greek revival, but it's possibly older per our friend Clay Lancaster.
Oh, it is much older. 17.
More than likely. There's no HDC survey on file, again, while we're working on those surveys.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. The proposal has some concerns. There needs to be a real site plan that shows existing hurdles, the yellow line that he referenced, the telephone pole that's out front, in the area that's proposed. This will require also, I believe, select board approval for the removal of the fire line, and I'm not sure if this is considered, especially with its proximity to an assembly, which is a church, and I believe that falls under the building code for fire access to the assembly. So those are things that I would, as a planner, would be remiss if I didn't mention. Also, what's the proposed material? How will it be designed? Brick can be, obviously, as we know, herringbone, running bond, those type of things. And then also if this driveway is actually possible, for instance, again, all these hurdles, thank you, Ez, for bringing that up, these hurdles that are before this property with the yellow line for the fire trucks to obviously access, but the utility pole, if this is possible, after all those hurdles, this will alter the setting of this visually significant section of town that was platted in 1717 and 1726.
Yes.
I do have comments from our little historic structures group. They said the proposed driveway will drastically change the character of this property by giving it a rather suburban look, which will not relate to this very historic neighborhood. I concur. Placing a parked car in front of this 1774 home is not appropriate. I will notate that would also be adjacent to the individually significant gambrel, the brick structure to the other side. So of course, this is a historic neighborhood. The additional brick paving adjacent to the existing expanse of brick at the church will be overwhelming. So those are the comments and concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Hey, so, I see, Abby, you're looking at the historic photograph. Stephen just got it up, and, this is the house that's kind of appears to be appended onto the church, right? Yeah.
the church.
No, and it's not attached to the church, no.
Yeah, it's got a 1.5 feet between, yeah,
Yes,
Walk through it to Fair, can't you?
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
it's a
so,
public way over to Fair Street.
oh, you shouldn't have said that. Now I have a new way to get from Fair Street over to Orange. Ha, okay, I'm gonna turn it over to the board and get some comments for you, okay?
Yes.
Who wants to start? Abby, did you have some
Yeah, I have
question,
some
comments?
questions. On your drawing, you have a fence to the left, and I don't see it in the photograph. Is that what?
No, it is, it's the fence that you see right in front of the house.
See right there?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the
Oh, it
one.
does, I see,
Yes.
it doesn't, so, okay,
Yeah.
so that shadow in the photograph, I guess.
Yes.
is the top of the fence.
Could I add a small comment? I never thought that yellow line had anything to do with fire access. In fact, there is parking right in front of the church. I thought the yellow line was merely to accommodate the driveways on the opposite side of Orange Street. People coming in and out of the driveways there.
Right. Generally, they usually have a yellow line when there's another road coming in from the opposite side of the street,
Yes,
so that you can make the turn properly.
yep.
So hang on a second, sir. So, yes, Abby.
So, I think because that's a church, a historic church, I think having a driveway right next to it and cars is going to take away from that, iconic building. Is there any way that to the right of that telephone pole, you could put some sort of parking away from the church? So
I do not believe so, and we would not want to have to move the utility pole.
No, I was thinking that hedged in area, is that your front yard?
Nope, the hedge is the dividing line. Neighbors own on the other side of it. We own the hedge itself, I think, but it is the dividing line of the property.
Well, I think this is a difficult one because
Mhm.
of the relationship to the church. And I think seeing the car instead of God, no, I'm kidding. But you know what I mean? I don't want to take away from that building. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Who's next? You're gonna need to pick somebody.
Well, I'll go.
All right, thanks, Diane.
I think following the Hassan's description of the area that's there and the age of the house and its location, it would be too bad to put a driveway in there because of the situation of how far back the house is. And when you're driving down Orange Street, for some reason or other, that house catches your eye a lot, and I think sometimes that cars, what year did you say, 17?
74,
1774 was the date.
yes.
We should have some respect for the age of the house and the location that it's in.
I have a question. See at the very end of our fence, at the corner of the fence is an angle
Yes.
right there. Well, that was done just for a cosmetic view, and we actually, the property line actually goes out from that. Someone just cut it at an angle like that because they liked the look of it. But, well, I was thinking that would stay there anyway.
The angle?
Yes,
Okay,
I don't know if that matters at all,
all right. Next,
but, again, we only wanted to put one small car at the end,
yeah. we hear you
closest
on that one.
to the street, yes.
Yeah, it's not even a code parking space, I don't think. Might need smaller, like the reduced size version. But anyway, let's hear from Val and
Okay.
Stephen.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thoughts are, I would like to get a read from whoever you said the select board approves parking? It's not like
It needs to go before
a
them.
rights and ways road.
Goes to them
Traffic
first,
committee.
Traffic committee.
then it
Yes.
goes to the select board.
Okay, just to see if it's even feasible. If it is feasible, I could see doing something like having the fence that's there slide over, remain as it looks, leave grass there, make it that
Oh. The turf
structural
stuff, yeah.
grass, you have the concrete squares underneath, so the grass grows through, and leave it so it looks virtually the same, but it's not open as a parking space 24/7. It's just, it can accommodate you when you're going in and out. I would be amenable to that. Or lobby for one of those spaces that I see, I'm just looking online, that there's a car parked in, to be something that you can park in solely for your house. I don't know how that works. I think that again would be up to the parking people, but I think if it doesn't look any different, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you, Val. Steve?
Yeah, so I'm going to reverse into Val's comments. I think the best solution would be there's a parking space there. It appears to be where the no parking sign is to the telephone pole. And I don't know if you can see it on your images. And then across the street, the driveway, there's I can't think of what the name of it is. It's the court before, what is it?
Gardner.
Gorham's, okay, yeah, I thought it was a G. That might be why you can't use that parking space. So that should be resolved, number one. Number two, access determined by the select board after going to traffic safety. Agree with that. I kind of disagree with their comments about the pavers. I think for me, there's two potential solutions. One is access, and then the other is the materials. First on materials, I think, this kind of strikes me with the proper driveway as the little house that got built up around. It's got the big church on one side. It's got 5 Orange on the other. You come from Main Street where 58 is this big brick building. It's set back from the street. If this were cobblestone, 2 strips of cobblestone with a grass island between it, and not installed to look brand new. There's a house on
Mhm.
Orange Street, historic home that burned, badly damaged by fire, and it was out of plumb, the front facade, and it was rebuilt
yeah,
out
yeah.
of plumb, the front
Yeah.
facade.
Yep.
And I think that
Across the
this,
street.
yeah, I think if this were built with that type of a mindset, which is to have it look like a reproduction of a driveway that's been in use for 50 years, which is to say the stones are a little sunken, the island is a little, a little mushroomy over the top. There's a little bit of a bellow in it. Very minimized presence. I think that might be successful. I
That
think
would be nice.
I think the access point is also a concern. I would suggest maybe discussing with the church some type of an easement, so you would actually be able to retain the better portion of the gate, the fence to the right of the gate, and an equal amount section to the left, so that if the granite were slightly changed by removing one section and sliding the angled piece to the right, or maybe two sections, sliding it over, this would still read like a house with a fence and then a little driveway that goes into it. I do not believe that this would be approvable with a full-fledged driveway and a full-fledged driveway entrance. I agree with HSAT on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, so I think a lot of good things were brought up. For me, you did say you're not going to move the pole, right?
No.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking logistically, how if you're 2 feet to the right of the fence, and then another 8 feet, I think you said, in width, that you're going to be doing like a very, very sharp 90-degree angle to be able to get in and to get out of that space. So, I'm just thinking about the logistics of it. I think that the suggestions that other board members have made to sort of mitigate this and make it look like that it's old and has been there, part of the whole construct of that front yard, those things are all good. I think you might have some more formidable obstacles ahead of you in the form of the traffic safety people and potentially the SB. So you might want to just start looking at what their possible reactions to this are, because I have tried to create parking spaces like this in the past, and it's not easy. So the fact that the telephone pole is there and it's not going to get moved, I think might exacerbate that. So I think there you go. You've heard from our board. I think you might want to check in with some of the other boards and see where you are. So should we hold this for some? By the way, when you submit next time, your plan should be a little bit more concrete in terms of where all these various elements are, rather than just a sketch with some dimensions on it. That's what we're gonna do. Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
For more information?
More information, and yes, I think that's safe.
Resolution? Yeah, more information.
Yeah, that's I think
And
Okay.
a better plan.
better, and more information in the form of a better, more accurate plan of everything.
Okay.
Okay, so that is Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there we go. Thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, 3 Meadow Lane.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the applicant requests to hold till next week. They're off in Europe.
I have a question
Off in
about this,
Europe.
though. Why isn't it consent? It's 3-9 Light Doors.
On a ranch. It could be, I guess.
Well,
We often say
how
we want
about-
6-panel doors.
how about, seeing as we're holding this anyway,
Okay.
why don't we look at it and see whether it might be able to go to consent, because that would certainly help us. So should the motion be just to hold for rep?
Motion to hold for rep,
There we go.
but
That's
just to be clear, it's all doors they're replacing the same.
okay. So let's take another look at that.
I did review it,
for
Mr. Chair.
possible consent. So that is the motion to hold for rep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, now we're on to the single, who is that? Oh, okay. Single old business item of August 23rd. Do we have, oh, Karen is here. Okay, Karen approach the mic. Myself, Abby, Diane, Stephen, and hey, Carrie.
I'm here.
All right, so Jesse's not here, but you are another alternate, so now we have 5. Okay?
Yep.
Karen, you want to remind us where we were with, oh, I see. I think I know what you're about to suggest. You've just removed the panels off of A, the main gable, and B, the gable to the left. So that you're,
Actually,
Yep.
yes.
go
that
ahead, I'm
right
sorry,
there is
your time, yeah.
That's where we are. You sent this back for revisions a while ago, and it sits about 100 feet from the road. There's a huge hedge along the road, but the roof shows above the hedge, so you can see,
Yep,
you could see the panels. I spoke with the owner, and he's firm about not wanting ground mount in his front yard, and he wants the entire 23 panels on the south side, otherwise he doesn't want to do it. And so I moved 2 panels over to the left so that you have 3 rectangles. And I'm a little nervous about this, presenting it to you, just because, I know you didn't want to.
hang on, I'm not,
But he is asking respectfully that you either approve it or deny it with the 23 on the south side.
you're gonna have to tell me, like, so what I'm looking at, this blown up thing has 12 panels. And there's nothing showing on the main gable. You used to have a T-shaped array on the main gable between the dormers.
So that was the original revision I put in.
Correct.
And then the owner contacted me and said, no, we're not doing that.
All
And
right.
so I went, and what's up on the screen right now is exactly what he wants.
Oh, well, that's not what's shown on the drawing.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha, okay,
It's on the front
all
of the
right,
house. It's on
okay,
the front of the building, right?
yeah, yeah, it is, yeah. We'll have some of those.
It's,
Okay, folks, you want to start?
yeah.
Okay,
Mr.
Right.
Chair, it's Holly. I just wanted to remind the commission that you did receive comments from abutters as well that were forwarded to you. There's
Yeah.
quite a few.
Quite a few.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But-
Never
but-
mind. Wrong one.
Oh, that was Nantucket.
Oh, that, so this wasn't it, because there was some Nantucket stuff, as I
Yeah.
recall. Well,
Okay. So you want me to go or what?
go ahead.
Okay. I don't, to ask a silly question is, I don't.
Diane, please
Oh,
make sure your microphone's
got it.
on.
I got it.
We got
Thank you, Jerry. Sorry.
Much better.
We have rules that govern the solar panels. And we've tried to work with it, and we do put up solar panels anywhere, but we have asked that it not go in the front of the house. Why do we bother to have a rule that a person who does solar panels knows what we have? It could be on the land thing. There's enough room in there. I don't know how you're going to move it around because everything that he wants to put it on faces south. I don't know how much you get if you put it on the north or the east, but I have a problem with trying to accommodate something that we said, please don't do this. And when they have room to put in a land thing, he wants us, I feel, to deny this so that it goes on and we have to fight it yet again. But I cannot agree that it should go on the front of it because it's 150 feet back. It isn't If it's 150 feet back, I would be surprised. And if that is considered a heavy hedge, I would also be surprised because it is not, the house right next door has no hedge at all, and you have a complete view as you drive down Meadowview. So that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I don't think it's a good idea.
Okay. Basically for the
Many
same,
reasons.
same reasons that
Yeah.
Diane has enumerated.
I'll go.
Okay, Carrie, go ahead. Yep.
I agree with the other two. Also, this is very much just a residential neighborhood. There's no commercial properties in this neighborhood that could be seen as an appropriate use for solar panels on the front of a building. And I think, I don't see it here on this photo, but there's a garage in the back, and I'm wondering why they don't put it on the garage. Even if it were on the front, it's mostly behind the house, I believe. So I don't understand why they don't try that or on the ground. There's plenty of property here.
Oh, there is a garage in the back. Yeah, okay. Interesting point, Carrie. Was that it?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Who's next? Diane's gone. Carrie. Stephen, you ready? Nabby's gone. Oh, actually, it is to you, Stephen.
Did Val go?
She's not
You're not on it.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard her.
I'll speak though if you want me to.
Okay.
So I'm just a little confused, Karen, through Mr. Chair. I can't seem to find the gable dormers that are showing facing Nantucket
Attica.
Road.
No, this is
Yeah.
Summit Pond.
Meadowview.
Meadowview,
Oh, why am I looking at 9 Long Pond?
because you're one ahead.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Val, do you want to sit on this?
I'm not on the original,
Oh, this is
it's an old business.
You are on it, Stephen.
yeah, let me back up. Let me back up and back into this.
It wasn't here, I guess.
So I apologize. This is
Oh.
Green
interesting.
Meadowview rooftop solar. Okay, yes, I actually went and looked at this. Yeah, I agree with Carrie's statements.
Yeah, so sounds like, given the fact that it checks all the boxes in terms of the things that we look not to have, main gable, facing road, visible from road, wrong roof color, dormers, all that. I think you're looking for a denial then.
Why can't we?
Can I make a comment as the commissioner not sitting on this, or as a public person, or the person on the solar committee?
Yeah, right.
I would-
You haven't recused from
I
this for
wasn't
some
on it at
financial
all.
reason or
No,
whatever.
I
Okay,
wasn't
all right.
here.
Okay, so then, yeah,
I
go.
would just say I'd ask you guys not to deny it because this process is getting overused. I would say it doesn't meet our criteria, but there are some options that have been presented here today. And perhaps they can rethink that. Just saying I don't want it, and if I can't get what I want, then deny me so I can go to the select board is getting overused.
And try your chances there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would make a motion to hold for a vision and another approach.
okay. That is a motion. So I'm going to bring that motion to the floor. And because Carrie's sitting on this, this is going to be a roll call. All right? So on Diane's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
very good. Abby,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. All right. Next up, here we are. Solar. This time we're at this time, Stephen, we're at Long Pond Road.
Hey,
All right.
prepped.
All right. Do we have an applicant for this?
Hey guys, this is Tim Carruthers from Max Smart. Can you hear me?
Hello, Tim. Hello.
How are we doing, guys?
You want some of
We also have the owner on the call, and I think the owner would like to kick off with a few comments before I present.
Hi, this is Bruce Turner. Can you see me? I can't tell if you can see me or not.
Sorry, Bruce, are you the owner?
Yeah, my wife and I, Suzanne, and I own the house.
Okay, so do you want Tim to speak first and then you want to have a word?
I think he's going to start with me, right? Correct, Tim?
Yeah, go ahead,
Whatever you
Bruce.
want.
So we've owned this house for 22-ish years, and have coming here for a whole longer than that, and moved here full time in the beginning of 2019, and in the process of doing some work on the house. And in doing that, we decided that we thought we should be part of the the movement to get to go solar and to be more proactive about helping the community. So we spoke to the guys at with Tim and Tobias, and we came up with this plan. And we're really excited about the notion of like contributing to the community, and also the benefit of going solar and not using other means of generating coal burning electricity, or carbon burning electricity, excuse me. So that's why we're here. I guess I'll turn it over to Tim. Based on the prior conversation, I'm a little concerned, but I'll let Tim take it from here.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. So, yes, this array is going on the front of the house. Here are what we believe are the mitigating factors in support of this array. Could I just ask you, whoever rustling chips and eating could maybe mute, because it is coming through for those that are remote. Okay, so I'll start again. So here are what we believe are the mitigating factors in support of this array, and they're in no particular order.
Tim,
Yep.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Bruce, can you unmute for a second?
Yep.
So I don't know whether you know me, but I'm Ray Pohl. My wife is Lisa Botticelli. Did she recently do work to your house?
We have a garage. She's working on a garage, correct?
My wife, Lisa.
Correct.
Okay, so I looked at the house and I said, this looks very familiar. So I'm going to need to recuse from this. Okay. So,
Okay.
yeah, I would have a conflict of interest sitting on this. So I'm sorry that it just occurred to me looking at the drawings. So that means that Stephen is actually going to chair. And you have an associate member right there who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Okay.
Board will be Tim, Val, Diane, Debbie, myself, and Tom. And why don't you go ahead with your comments?
Okay, so let me start right from the very beginning. If now we've all established.
Yeah, really sorry about that.
That's okay. So the array is going on the front of the house. Here are what we believe are the mitigating factors in support of this array, in no particular order. The property is heavily screened. Visibility will be limited. The only location the house can be seen is when you are standing directly at the head of the driveway. This is a 1.5-story structure. The panels on the main mass will be relatively low, which further helps to reduce the visibility. The roof is brand new within the last 3 years, and it is a black asphalt shingle roof. The array has been designed with clean rectangular design and covers the roof and the dormer. It will provide a clean, blended in look. The property is approximately 110 feet from the street. There is also, as Ray alluded to, a new garage cottage being constructed at the front of the property, and this will provide additional screening to the property, the main house at the rear. This property, and lastly, this property is situated in a relatively modern neighborhood. All of the houses were built approximately between 1985 and 2000. And with that, I will turn it back to the board.
Okay, thank you. Val, would you like to go?
Well, does Nantucket get to speak?
Oh, Is there comments from Nantucket?
Mr. Chair, just, you all did receive comments from abutters in the neighborhood today. I know Esmeralda was sending a whole bunch of them off today. So I don't know if anybody had a chance to read these, but I do think they're pertinent to obviously the review. I do not have any other additional comments, just to say that obviously it's,
Okay,
and yes,
hold on a
and
sec. Thank you.
yes, and Bruce, I know is here.
Okay,
probably with
so
some
just with
comments from the
respect to
public.
letters, when I'm chairing, I'll expect that unless you voice that you haven't read them, you've read everything. Okay, I'll also expect that everyone came prepared by previewing applications, but just a side note. Bruce, why don't you go ahead and comment? Please stick to HDC purview, which is character and setting primarily visible from the street.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Sticking with the protocol, I haven't had a chance to deliver this to Esme, but we have a very small packet. Are you sitting on this?
I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you. The packets that I provided, I just want to give you a quick review. The first page is a copy of the summary page from the Sustainable Technology Addendum to Building with Nantucket in Mind for Solar Technology. It's provided because on a few occasions I've been before you talking about solar, and some of the folks said they weren't quite familiar with this, so I decided I would photocopy it and just highlight in yellow some of the issues that pertain to this particular application. Where the least visible application and their supplementary equipment is recommended. Applications of these systems as ground array is encouraged. And then of course, it says it needs to be designed carefully and positioned in scale with the roof line and maintaining balance. And the last highlighted item is simply a scale drawing of the proposed system, including supplementary equipment is highlighted because that information is not provided. In this packet, the second page, is a 2-panel collage that shows the house, picture taken from the middle of Long Pond Drive, and next to it is a rendering of what the panels are proposed to look like on those the roof panels. The second sheet of photos shows 4 photographs. Again, one taken from the center of Long Pond Drive, and the other 3 were taken to show the adequate space in the rear yard where there's plenty of space to put ground-mounted arrays of this magnitude, 34 panels. And then there are 2 GIS maps shown, basically to just show you that this is a residential neighborhood of about 40 properties, a distinct Nantucket neighborhood. So I wanted to get that on the table for you. And now I'm just going to read a brief statement that was prepared by a group of the Nantucket neighbors who are, in the absence of its advisory board's ability to report to the HDC, the Nantucket group of independent HDC application reviewers functioning at the behest of the Nantucket Conservation Association and its members recently met to review the application by Long Pond to install 34 rooftop solar panels covering the entire front-facing roof planes, facing and visible to Long Pond Drive and neighbors. The community supports reasonably in placed sustainable energy efforts that are compatible with building with Nantucket in mind and its sustainable preservation addendum, and the protective and preservation of what the Inky Mirror recently declared of Nantucket as being one of the few remaining examples of small-scale community architecture left on the island. Our community's mission is to maintain the unique rural cottage-style neighborhoods with historic roots going back to the earliest time of the founders. There's ample room in the backyard of the property for a complete ground array, as can be seen by the photos that I provided. Ground mounting this type of proposal, was clearly preferred in the guidelines. All economic benefits and efficiencies will still accrue. Installation costs, based on my several decades of installing solar projects, indicates that this is very similar to high maintenance rooftop insulation and provides easier access for cleaning and replacing damaged panels, which we know contain toxic elements that are basically controlled by routine ground-based observations. And finally, the application's plans seem a bit incomplete in that there's no indication of the supplementary equipment required for 34 panels, and these are recommended to be shown in the guidelines. Front-facing proposal could present a precedent adversely affecting the entire neighborhood and other nearby Nantucket neighborhoods. We request the application be conditionally accepted, provided that the installation is ground-mounted in the rear yard area and is effectively buffered as the guidelines prefer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the HDC. I think I've stuck to the guidelines as best I could.
Thank you, Bruce. We appreciate it. We appreciate your comments. Who'd like to comment?
I will.
Okay, Val?
Again, this is something we're working on, the front of the house. It is not effectively screened. Sorry, Tim. The garage is to the side, leaving a clear shot to the house. So I would need to see more screening if I was to even consider this in front of the house. Or I think the ground array could go between the garage and the house and be effectively screened. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Diane?
Yep, I agree with what Val said. I think that there's plenty of room to put them in on the ground. The pictures that we got from Bruce with the 4 photographs shows complete opening up the driveway, clear as a bell. You're looking at the whole thing. And once you get into this, you will find yourself saying goodbye to Nantucket as it is known now. I think it is has to come up with a different thing. I would agree with putting it on the ground and behind the house. I don't think that the vegetation is that heavy that you wouldn't see this as facing on the south side, and I don't see any other place to put it on either the east or the north, so I would go with the ground.
Abby? Thank you, Diane.
Nothing really to add, except that I ended up driving out there yesterday. I have a friend on Ronfon, and I had a chance to sort of drive around this neighborhood, and I don't think this is appropriate. I just think doesn't go with the streetscape. It's a beautiful building as is, and I think this is going to take away from it. And we say not on the front of the house, so I'm sticking with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I have really nothing further, just again to see if it would be possible to do it on the ground as considered.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my comments are, let's see here. Tim, you had given some comments on mitigating conditions. And I think the idea that the angle of view shows the entirety, even though it's a small driveway, as you characterize it, the angle of view shows the entirety of this old style solar installation. The angle of view is not only as you pass by on the ground, but also due to the roof plane. And this is not, contrary to your comments, an installation on the main roof that minimizes the view because of the roof slope. The roof slope actually is sufficiently long enough and sufficiently pitched that it will all be visible. I do think your comments with respect to the dormer are more appropriate due to the low pitch. However, it is still on the front of the house. It doesn't address mitigation with respect to visibility. I think visibility could be such things as whether the driveway orientation changes, so it's not a straight shot. The applicant is clearly doing a garage installation, which will rip up a bunch of that driveway and could be a good opportunity to alter the angle of entry. It doesn't have to be dramatic, but it could be very successful, and that wouldn't require relocating the garage. Number two, the garage could be relocated. Through myself as chair, I'll ask, are there any demonstrable Concom restrictions on this lot?
Is that a question to
you.
to me?
Yeah, Tim.
I am not aware of any.
Okay. And are there any demonstrable septic system restrictions?
Possibly. I don't know. We have not explored a ground array at the rear of the house. Just looking at it visually, it's going to be tight with setbacks at minimum, but I would have to talk to the owner in terms of whether they would be, that's something that would be acceptable to them.
Okay, so that would be a point of information I would be interested in, because if there were, does that preclude a ground array or not? And to what extent? So if there are septic, I think it would be appropriate to have those shown accurately on the site plan. And I think what I'd ask is, since we seem to have a consensus that revisions are in order, and revisions might take different forms depending on what the applicant wants to work through, including changing the orientation. If we could get a motion
Make a
for
motion to hold for a vision.
any information
And
as referenced
information.
in discussion?
Yes.
Okay. On your motion,
Aye.
Diane, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. I guess we didn't need to do a voice.
Could you repeat the motion, please? I didn't quite hear it.
It's going to be to hold for revisions and information, the information being as was discussed as referenced in comments, our comments here this evening.
Thank you.
Okay?
Can I give a copy of my comments?
Yeah, you may. And actually, it would be preferable, if you don't mind, Bruce, to email those, because then they can be attached. Okay, Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so let's see, why don't we review some more solar? arrays? How about it? So let's go to 29 Essex Road. It's to you, Karen. All right. Okay, 29 Essex Road, regular board. I believe.
So, we're applying for panels on the rear dormer and the front.
Oh, praise the Lord.
Here in the front.
Oh, and the front.
And the front.
Never mind. Take that back, sorry. I got,
The rear dormer, you
Yeah,
can't see it off the road, you can't see the
you
dormer.
got that. Yep, okay.
The front of the house, you can see it's Essex Road. It is screened quite well with a couple of 2 or 3 large trees, as you can see. But it's on the ridge, the panels would be on the ridge and between the gable dormers. Actually, not on the ridge, they'll be between these dormers, right there.
Okay, Karen, given that we've just reviewed a whole bunch of these, like, I think you know where this might be going. So I gotta ask the question. You got a garage in the back of this property.
That's on his, I don't think he can't put it on the garage, I asked him about that. But
Why?
we can put it on the back dormer,
On the back dormer of the main house?
yeah,
Oh, yeah, well, you already are.
yeah, we are.
I'm just saying, like, why can't you put the ones that are on the front of the house on the garage somewhere?
Either he doesn't own it or he did not want that option, whatever it was.
Well, okay. Look into your crystal ball. I got a feeling, oh, Jesse Dutra joined us. Hi, Jesse. When did you arrive? Okay, let the record reflect that Mr. Dutra has joined us. Thank you. Okay, so folks, go.
I will.
Yes, thanks.
So I appreciate the bulk of the panels being on the rear.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering if some of the panels on the front, which won't be approved on the front, could go along where the main roof goes around the dormer in the rear and below the dormer. Or could you do something like a shed roof there or a pergola and set the rest of them in that?
On the back, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Okay, so the rear of the structure is contrary to our guidelines with respect to the roof shingle color. The mitigating factor is that it's on a dormer, which is a low pitch roof. The proposed front is completely contrary to our guidelines. It's on a gray roof. It's a sawtooth effect. It is visible from the primary road. And I think that the rear is approvable. I do not believe the front is.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane. Go.
I think the rear is approved, you can't see it, but the front is not only on a gray roof, but it goes in between the dormers with 3 panels and then the wide one on the back, so it doesn't fill up the space. It's contrary to everything that we try and get across to people, so that's what I think.
Okay. Does that leave you, Abby?
Yeah. I'm fine with it on the back. I think it's awkward between those two tables.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
So
Chair.
Karen, were you surprised at that?
No, but would you approve it now for the rear dormer because we'd.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You
well,
have,
then-
you have complete consensus on the back.
So, I've asked, respectfully.
We can, yeah, we
Motion
can
to
certainly do
approve
that.
on the back side, but not on
Okay.
the front.
All right, so Abby's motion is to approve the 18 solar panels on the back shed roof, but not the 10 panels that are on the front roof facing Essex Road. That is Abby's motion. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
That
There you
was
go,
through staff,
Karen.
Abby?
So you got 2/3 of what you wanted. Okay, so, yeah. Do we have Jason on for 55 Easton Street?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay, Jason, we're on a roll.
Okay.
Hopefully, do you have some solar panels for us?
Nope.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
I have a shed for you.
All right. This is the property, of course, that you've been in with a few times.
Yeah, that is, the 4th revision is on the docket there later on. Probably won't go tonight, probably be next week or the following week, I imagine, for the main house.
This project? Just regular. Sorry, I missed half of what you said.
I was just saying the 4th revision for the main house is not up until later in the agenda.
Okay.
So, but we had designed a shed, we put it in there, and then when we go to do, hopefully no more revision, this happened to be this way, so. Here, we are just proposing a shed. We are removing the garage from the house. And And since we can't store anything in the basement because it's just for a FEMA elevation flood, we need to get some storage. So we are proposing a shed.
Okay. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to turn it over to Holly. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this shed will be associated with the circa 1912 Radford Bungalow Kit House that you've all seen revisions for. This is for a 198 square foot shed, so it's a zoning shed. Staff's comments, not an appropriate location for this shed. It should be sited to the side or rear. The proposed overhang is okay as it's compatible with the bungalow. However, a 12/12 roof pitch is very steep. The west elevation with batten doors should face the street. Appreciate the flared shingles at the bottom. Roof material, windows, trim must match the main dwelling on the lot, which is the Radford Bungalow. I recommend the commission to really look at the site plan and recommend to have it relocated. Understanding that there's no garage on site and the existing garage is being pretty much combined into the main dwelling, and therefore no garage use, and the structure will be elevated. So no storage, that's understood, but this is very, very atypical. We do have guidelines and guidance for the placement of sheds. And as you all are aware, sheds should be sited behind a house or to the side of a house. And sited in front of a house are rarely approved depending on the property. There's clearly tons of land for it to be pushed back to be at least flush, if not even farther from flush of the facade of the main dwelling. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Holly. Board members.
And Mr. Chair,
yes,
my
sorry.
apologies.
Yeah,
I would be remiss if I didn't pass along the advisory group, the old HDC advisory group comments. Placing the shed in front of the main dwelling so close to the street is very inappropriate. If the main house is allowed to move over, there will be adequate room for the shed to be back corner where it belongs. If the main house is not allowed to move, as it shouldn't be, then the shed can go in the back corner as an attached shed roof, which is an option. The 12 pitch roof is too steep as a narrow one-story structure, and it should relate more to the front gable of the main house. Try a 9/12 pitch. And those are their comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Who wants to start?
I can take a poke on it. Go ahead, Val. I'll go next.
I think the shed itself is okay. I would turn it gable forward and move it back so that it sort of backs up to what looks to me like a deck with some steps coming down. It could fit there and sort of provide some privacy for that area in the backyard. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Abby.
Yeah, I have a similar thoughts. I think if it's sort of reading as a garage, not just a shed, and maybe if that is true, I wonder if it couldn't be just a little bit bigger so it has gives it purpose. Like yes, you could put a car in there. I definitely think gable forward. Where it's positioned now, I think it's good because it doesn't take away from the old house. It's on the far right. So I mean, I think probably where it is, I'm okay. I think the gable itself is being steep. I think it does relate to the
House.
the house, because I think if you look at the side of the house, I think it does have a steep sort of 12 and 12.
Here, hey,
I mean,
Jason,
It's a 12 pitch on the main house. So
what did you say?
I don't have the plans right in front of me, but I believe it's a 12 pitch on the main house. However, we did change the addition pitch to a 10 to reduce the height in the back. So it could be a 10 and then
Okay,
could
but
relate
the
that way.
house itself has a 12?
Yeah.
The main old house has a 12.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
That clarifies for
That's
Abby
pretty-
and for me, honestly.
I'll go.
Okay. Hi, I just want to make sure Abby's finished.
Yeah, no, I actually like the simplicity. I was thinking maybe you could make it like a mini-me, but I think that would take away from the main the historic house, so
Yeah,
I
okay,
like it, the simplicity.
all right, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I would turn it so it's gable forward. I'd move it up halfway before the deck comes out around the house, right along the line. You could, being that it's a canter of the driveway, it sort of disturbs me. So if it was turned and moved up, it would leave the driveway alone, and it would not be so close to the street. I think it needs to go back a little bit in that area right behind it. That's what I would do.
Okay, that was Diane. Stephen?
I agree with Diane's comments. I'd add that I think, just to give it some specificity for me, that in addition to rotating it, move it to behind the plane of the front edge of the porch along Easton. I'm not adverse to it being slightly larger for functionality as a garage. If you're going to do something like that, I think rotating the doors forward, put a cobble path or something in. If it's going to be a garage, do something similar to what was suggested for 9 Orange Street, with just a couple of small widths of cobblestone, and don't make it look like it's brand new. I like the idea that I think it's appropriate that the design complements the main house without being too complicated or decorative to take away from it. And I think that would be approvable. Thank you.
Okay, so Jason, first of all, few things. One, great looking shed. Two, I think it's too far forward on the lot. I do think that it should be reoriented 90 degrees so that the gable faces the road. That will help you out in terms of maintaining more yard space if you are in fact pushing it back. Generally, we have the sheds in line with the front face of the main house. That's kind of something we try and adhere to. Oh, and also in terms of the size, this is a zoning shed, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, you can't make this any larger without it going to count as ground coverage.
That's correct.
So that's all I have, turning 90 degrees and pushing back, but otherwise I think it's a great looking little building, and it's going to be a real enhancement to the property.
So we hold for minor revisions?
Well,
Or
hang
can we
on.
do it through, you want to
We
do it
might
through
be able
staff?
to. So, Jason,
Yes.
given what the comments have been, and I would say, like, in a nutshell, I think everybody's pretty satisfied, not pretty satisfied, very satisfied with the design. Orientation with respect to the road, having it turn 90 degrees, where are you on that?
I think we could turn it 90 degrees. I thought, the idea was that it would help create some privacy in the backyard, but turning 90 degrees and some landscaping could do the same. And I'm fine. I think I'm fine with that.
Okay, now how about pushing it further back away from Easton Street?
We can push it a little further back. I think,
how about the width of what it is right now?
yes. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Halfway
Take the
between.
back-
Yep.
Take the back side of the shed where it is right now, and that will become the front side of your new shed location.
Okay.
Lines up with the front porch.
Yeah, basically it'll line
It
up.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if you're okay with that, we can move this through staff so you don't have to come back and deal with us anymore.
Okay. Let's do that.
I make that motion.
Okay, so Diane has made a motion to approve this through staff, rotating the shed 90 degrees such that the gable is facing the road and the shed doors, of course, and that the front face of the shed will be no closer to the road than the front edge of the porch on the house. That is Diane's motion. All those in favor of Diane's motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go, Jason. Thank you for working with us. Appreciate it.
Aye.
Okay, I'm kind of jonesing for another solar. Oh, here we go. Good, great. Okay, we got another one.
Can we meet on a Sunday and do solar all day long?
Well, yeah,
Right.
I can do it. I can do it. Actually, because you're about to hit the Botticellian pole block. I can write it during that. Okay, so 67 Bartlett. Thank you. Yeah, I was looking. Tim, are you still there?
This is Tim Holmes.
Oh, no, that's right. This is, well, that's
Different Tim.
also Tim, right?
It's not.
Has a signature.
Yeah, anybody from Sun Wind?
No, but may I comment?
Yeah.
This is an appropriate application for
No.
solar.
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, okay, that'll save Tim a little bit of time. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna suggest that we open this, so just so we can get it off the table. So, yeah, this is, what's his name's old building?
Rick Kodalak.
Was it
Right?
Kodalak?
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's where
I
he
I
had
think
it
it may
all.
have been.
So aren't
And-
those solars way up high?
Yeah, they're on the dormers of the sides, which, I mean, gonna be impossible to see them.
Did we open it?
What?
Did we open it?
Yeah, I'm gonna suggest that we open it.
Close.
Yes,
Okay,
so.
motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so Stephen has made a motion to approve the solar application at 67 Bartlett Road. All those in favor, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Welch to chair the next 4 applications, I guess.
Okay.
And I'm going to write up, where is that
This is
oh, that's
67,
solar. Okay, so where's the application for the shed?
55 Easton.
Yeah, because I can just put the language on there if you'd like, and then I'll pass it around.
It's right there.
Oh,
Okay, so we're going to
just like
step,
to note for the record that there's an example of how a solar application can be on consent if it follows the guidelines.
Right.
yeah,
so noted.
Don't,
noted.
So we'll establish a board for the next 2, which are 11E Hallowell Lane, and it will be regular board plus Jesse. And then I believe it will be Carrie, 25 Squam, and 46 Easton will be Connie. Lisa, hi.
How are you?
So why don't you go ahead and then we'll go from there.
Okay, this is an application to change a couple of window, the double hung mun configurations and a couple of French doors on a house that's already been approved at 11 East Hollowell. So the building originally had 6/6 windows, and we're requesting the windows to go to 6/1s. And then the French doors became 12 lights.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I don't think so. I mean, just, I don't know if everybody remembers the site, but the,
It nearly went down, huh?
huh?
I said it nearly burned down.
No, this one,
I know
One did
where
burn
it is,
down.
but it's right next door.
a little, yeah, a little further away. The one that burned down was in Dionis. This is actually
I know.
up on, off of Hollowell Lane,
East Tristram's.
East Hollowell. So this is further by Sachem's, not in Dionis, it's closer to town.
It's off cliff, right off cliff.
But the visibility of the house is very limited from below, and it's actually, I don't think it matters. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm rambling.
Thank you. We appreciate a little bit of rambling now and then. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, you all have approved some additions to this, originally a circa 1927 colonial revival. Staff's comments are as follows: 6/6 are more important and agree more with the changing of the French doors on the west to 12 light with the kick panel on the north. I think it's the west and the north. So I agree with those changes, but I would say that 6/6 are more traditional and should remain with the structure. And our little historic structure group there also had the same comments. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin? Concerns or comments?
I will. I think, given that some of the older windows are 12/1, I think the 6/1 seem appropriate to me additionally. So I don't have a problem changing these to 6/1.
Okay, thank you. Diane, you ready? Or Abby?
Yep,
Go ahead.
I agree. I think it gives a different age of the building as it goes along, so I would go along with that.
Okay. Abby?
Oh, so, what is the date of it again, Lisa? Is it like turn of the century or the
Uh,
50s?
the original building was, I believe, I don't know. that I-
1927.
Yeah, 19.
1927? So I think, honestly, I think either way, whatever the board feels, but I think this is appropriate, 6/1.
Thank you.
Jesse?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's appropriate. I do like the 6/6 a little better, but this is plenty appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. My comments are similar. I think though 6/1 does kind of harken to a farmhouse style window, or farmhouse style combination, but I could go either way. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve as submitted?
Okay. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
And the next application is doing the same thing on the guest cottage.
Track that.
It should be fairly
Motion to approve and to track the garage, the change of the windows to
Let me just double
6/1.
check. Yep, it is the same.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Makes the
On-
motion,
On your, was that your motion, Abby?
make
Diane.
a motion to
Diane?
approve.
On, all in favor, say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, carried unanimously. Okay, so we're gonna move on to 25 Squam Demo Cottage. Carrie, you're on this one.
Do we have enough?
And Carrie, we're gonna switch the order up. If you're ready first, yep.
I'd
Bill.
like a little break, real quick.
You're gonna take a break?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh dear.
So we'll pull Connie in.
Oops. How are you, Ben?
Thank you.
This is a little shed that is on what used to be the Hutton property at 25 Squam that is extremely dilapidated. I think at one point it might have been a cottage, but it's in really bad shape and it's unsafe and the client would like to just get rid of it.
I think you could say this is unsafe for habitation.
It's just tucked away. It's a big piece of property and it's been it's in bushes and it's far from the house and it just has never been maintained.
Mr. Chair.
Holly?
I wanted to concur that, well, first off, the tax assessors is the only thing I could find a date on it, which said at 1965. This structure could be a little bit older than that, but nonetheless, based on the photographs, and thank you for those, that's helpful. Obviously, it's kind of interesting. It's sheathed with some shingles, but also it looks like it had a little clapboard as well. And it had a small L on the east, but it does conform to the property card information of showing that cottage. As far as comments go from staff's perspective, it would be nice to have more information on the structure, even though it's in deplorable condition, but nonetheless, understand the reason for the demo. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Just before we go on, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Lisa, two, if this is approved, you go for a building permit, please request an electrical disconnect.
Oh, yeah.
And because if it goes in as a shed, it won't necessarily get
Okay.
picked up. The other thing is I believe in the zoning bylaw, you can request a letter. Given this is probably in record somewhere as a cottage, you can just request a letter from the building commissioner to waive the the notice requirement given the condition of the structure.
Oh, do you oh, you mean for somebody to take it if they wanted it?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
somebody
this is,
contacted me about taking it, and I was
Oh.
like, they thought it was the garage on the
Oh.
road. I was like, no, you don't want this building's uninhabitable, but
Yeah.
I understand.
and I'll just note from the record, from the images, literally a large section of the building has fallen down and it's open to weather. Okay, so anyways, Carrie, would you like to comment?
I have no problems with this.
Okay. Connie?
I have no issues with the demo either.
Okay. Other ladies?
I actually am liking this building. I think it's got a lot of character, and I don't know the date of it because we don't have the date, but my guess is that it had some sort of purpose, and I'm falling in love with this building. I wish it was being renovated, but I know that's not in the cards. I mean, it's way out there. I mean, if they have, I just imagine just having it as a wonderful play shack, but
There is a cottage further down on the property that
okay.
will come in for a renovation addition. That's a very funky, cool building.
Okay,
Yeah.
but those are my comments on this one.
Okay. Diane?
Well, it's hardly big enough to go through the whole thing of knocking it down, but maybe it's close enough to be knocked down. If it was in my yard, I guess it would be there still. But
Chicken coop.
but if it has to come down, then, or hopefully you find somebody who would like to renovate it. You said it was 1965?
Tax assessor.
Based on the tax assessors, which I don't really like to go by, but there was nothing on the NHL data that would indicate, nor an HTC survey.
Very good. Thank
Okay.
you.
I've got nothing to add. Can I get a motion, please?
A motion to approve the demo. Do you want that?
Sure. Let's see. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an A.
You're a nay.
Nay.
Giassi?
No.
Or I'm sorry,
Carrie.
Connie.
Aye.
And Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. All right.
Okay, one last one.
46 Easton. And Jesse, this will be you.
So, these are just some minor revisions to the renovation to 46 Easton Street. We removed a chimney on the east side. We needed to add some windows and a dormer back to that side of the building. And we added a porch roof and another little deck facing the water.
Okay.
I think those were the only modifications.
Who's ready to comment?
Mr. Chair, I do have.
Holly, sorry.
I'm ready.
It's okay. So this is the Auburn Cottage, the circa 1760 structure that was moved to this location in 1897 by Mr. Coleman. I did want to mention that the previous application that you all approved through staff, we're still, I believe we got some
I
comments.
just emailed Stephen
Awesome.
about it.
Okay, and I also just wanted to mention that due to Chapter 91 that triggered the Massachusetts Historical Commission's review, they should concur with these revisions. At the end of the day, they approved the original application with concurrence that HDC would provide a COA. So I just wanted to make sure that they're okay with these revisions. And if I need to communicate with the state, that's fine, I can do that.
Okay.
But from staff's perspective, the original structure on Cliff Road had one chimney. Early 1900 photos in all the documentation show two chimneys at Easton Street. And the HDC survey indicated, which obviously is the 1989 that we have on file right now, two off-center brick painted chimneys. And I do believe these revisions are you're requesting to remove a chimney, not all though, correct?
Not all, and just to be clear, they're not the existing
Original,
chimneys,
right.
nor in the location of the existing chimneys.
Right. And I just wanted to mention, first, I appreciate, retaining at least a chimney on the site because you were bringing them back. But these chimneys are having a chimney on the site, whether it's original or not, is a character defining feature. So I
Okay,
just wanted
understood.
to mention that for that removal of the one on the west. I did receive comments, Mr. Chair, from the HSA group. And they said, on the original structure, the contiguous horizontal trim line at the roof intersection is a character defining element of this building and should not be broken by the double gang dormers. Those dormers should have shallow pitch shed roofs as shown on the left side of the south elevation. It is proposed that all windows will be replaced. A window survey should be done. And the original windows should be restored rather than replaced. And I have a question on that.
I think that was on the original.
I think that was on the original as well. That's why it didn't come up to me. So, and then their final question or comment was the extra wide skirt panel on the north elevation should be broken up to create a more natural pier and rhythm around the foundation. This looks like a double wide garage door, but I believe you all already had comments on the proposed skirts with the original application, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things that are bubbled are the only things that are changing
Correct.
from what we understand to be approved from the original staff approval.
Correct. Understood. And
That's good. That's consistent with our past practices.
those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. We appreciate that. Who'd like to comment?
I can go.
Abby?
I guess I'm okay with losing one of the chimneys. But I think I'm okay with adding the new window on the west. I think on the south elevation I think this is what HSAP was referring to, or Holly was referring to, is that nice flare on the second floor. You lose that when you put in the French doors. So I like the first iteration. I think it keeps with the architecture. Also, you have that little Juliet balcony or that set-in balcony on the south, and then you see it again around the corner, just one of them, and I think that makes a nice repetition. So I would not be in favor of changing those two on the south to French doors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane?
Well, I think the size of the house and all that stuff, they would have had two chimneys. Whether there's anything left inside or not, it's a two chimney house. I don't know, I like maybe the previous iteration of the south elevation. I don't like the two little decks. It's busy. I like the previous approval that we got. And I like the roofs rather than the one on the two on the west elevation. I think the previous one was a little simpler, and just because it's a big house, it doesn't need to be quite so busy. I just think it's busy, and I certainly think working with all the strips and the foundation should be divided up as they are on every other side. Then what is it, the north had the big.
Yeah, that was enough for that.
Yeah, that was already previously approved.
That was approved, okay, so that's all I got.
And
Okay,
I do want to point out, just because I think everybody thinks this is a big house, it is not a big house. It has it's not a small house, but it has a footprint of about 1,300 square feet. It just reads big because it's so elevated.
Right.
It's not a big house. And one of the chimneys that was there previously was really just to vent. I think when the two buildings were moved over in two sections, maybe they both came with chimneys, but it wasn't a fireplace that was for the second chimney. It was probably just an appliance of some kind. oil burner or
Well,
something.
it's just, I like chimneys, so.
Yeah.
Okay, Val?
I'm fine with this. I just have a question for Lisa. Is
Yeah.
there any way to make that second little balcony have a flare on the west side?
Yeah, or maybe pull it in so that the flare is more noticeable from the south, make it a little
You know,
smaller.
just,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's what I was thinking of, just pulling it in from the left so that you saw that flare
that's what I was thinking.
continue
So
around the
that
corner.
was my only concern. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, Val nailed it, and I think Lisa's comment about pulling it in really helps that situation. And so I would say maybe if I'm the last one, that we try to go for an approval with pulling that west end in a little
May I
bit.
show a sketch?
Well,
I think this is the definition of designing at the table, guys.
no, she's just showing us that we're gonna see the
I
flare.
understand.
Yeah.
I
We'll see
understand.
the flare will make the railing, the width of the
Yeah.
dormer.
Okay. So Jesse, you're finished?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
and I would.
I'm going to comment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, right.
No, that's fine.
Pull this back a lot so that you can see where wraparound.
But it would still be French doors. Let me see that.
So the flare, you'd see the flare on the side instead of the street.
Considering the decks in that area, this is.
Guys, let's one at a time. We're getting into. Okay, so my comments are, yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, including to move in on the south elevation west side. Even if you could make that deck a little less wide, with the shingle and the balustrade. On the right side, the question is, Lisa, this is a new covered porch
Well,
across.
there's a covered porch there, but it has to get rebuilt.
So I would just say give some consideration for the front porch overall, because if you're going to pull it back on the secondary mass, that it might be appropriate to do it on the primary if you take a look at it. It's not like a deal breaker for me, but I just mention it.
Can we go to that elevation you're talking about?
Yeah, can we go to the south elevation, please? And so the comment is simply that it may be, this is a separate roof element, so pulling this back will show more of the flare, which is fine. You may find that you need to sneak this in a little bit on this side. If you're doing that, when you're laying it out, you might want to consider pulling this mass in a little bit too, so you see the flare. I don't know that it's entirely worthwhile because you're changing the structure underneath in order to accomplish that. So I just mention it. I'm not making it a strong point on the main structure.
Okay, I appreciate it. I don't think that is going to happen just because it is mimicking the porch that was there.
Okay.
And that
point.
porch is, because we're so restricted by porch and deck on this building, because of the Chapter 91 licensing, giving up any covered porch for them is a problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. If I felt strongly about it, I would have thought that.
I know, thank you.
Can we get an Exhibit A? Someone?
As long as you're on the same page.
Can you make
I
it
know.
an
Yeah.
exhibit A? It's on there, fun.
Okay.
I know. The
Val
last
like
time there were two different, the
Yeah,
Exhibit A
I
was
was just
slightly
thinking.
different than the minutes, so
Yeah.
we're confused. Don't mention crossbook railing.
And-
Actually, Stephen, because Stephen made the motion, is what Val asked me to do. So I. emailed-
Separate matter, let's not confuse
Yeah.
them for the sake of clarity on this one and moving forward. So Val, on the motion will be to rebate, I believe, on the western edge on the south elevation of that secondary mass roof so that the flare is visible.
Well, can't you just say 6?
I just want to make sure we're clear as to
Yeah.
what she's drawn. Is that what you got, Val?
Yep.
And I'll
Okay.
make the railing a little narrower, Val. So the railing's only the width of the French doors.
Yeah, pull it in a little bit and then it won't even
Little
read as a
bit.
French door.
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion, can we get a motion through staff for Exhibit A?
All that motion.
Thank you.
Mine.
Trustee, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, carries
Great.
unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Pizza's here, by the way.
Ho, ho, ho. You got it while it
Yes.
was hot.
Oh, still, it's great.
What kind?
There's three of them. I took the
Exhibit
top
A.
one, which was olive.
I'm gonna take a break then.
Okay. Oh, by the way, let's see, this is going that way. I put in the conditions. That's
Oh,
the
thank you.
shed down on Easton Street.
That one's the one we just did. This is Easton, that Jason
Okay,
Shelter 7, were you on that?
So
No, I wasn't.
I noticed that we have, the next item up is 43 Kendrick, which is the one that I believe had the issues with the visibility as a guest house. Chip, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Okay.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Billy is also in the queue if you need.
Billy?
him.
You guys figure out if you were on mute.
No, are we discussing the visibility of the main house at this point?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, this is an application
is-
for the guest house, so it's on the other end of the property. It's not, I wasn't thinking it was part of the visibility discussion, but happy to go either way.
Let me just check something out here.
Yeah.
How are we going to handle the visibility thing?
Mike, do you want me to comment to that or?
Chip, hold on a sec.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I was on this one.
Oh, okay, hang on. Wait.
This is, isn't this
Billy.
a different application?
It's an application for a guest house. Wait,
Okay.
guys. If this is the video, Billy, whoever is showing this now, it's not up for.
This
going
is
on?
not up for discussion.
It's not up for discussion right now. I do want, Chip, I'm going to address this, though. I mean, this, Billy went out, it's highly visible, the house, that was supposed to be invisible. So now we're about to review a guest house on this property, which I suppose, we're duty bound to review. But there's this outstanding issue of the visibility of the main house, which I'm not eager to let slide.
Can we put that on the agenda for next week?
Yeah, we should.
Or
Yes.
do we not need to?
No, we can put it on as other business at the beginning of the meeting. Yes, so let's do that. Then we can watch the video. And then if memory serves me, I got something that talked about some kind of vegetative remediation, for the visibility of the back portion of the main house. So that's on as other business. Beginning of next week's meeting, let's review that then. So that's not going away. So now let us review the guest house on the same property. Let's see, who's on this? Regular board?
I think so.
Okay, regular board. So, Chip, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. If I can share the screen, I can walk you through the proposal. And let me know if this came up okay.
Can't see anything.
Nothing.
How about now?
Says Chip Webster has started screen sharing.
Yeah, on my side, it says that I'm screen sharing and I'm seeing a picture of the locust plan.
Nope.
Ours is dark. Oh.
Okay, now we got it.
I just got a note that participants can now see it. Okay. All right. As you just noted, the property is right here. It's 43 Kendrick. It's a very large lot that is at the end of Kendrick. On the proposed location for the guest house is at the opposite end of the property. This is the existing dwelling, and then this, of course, is the back of the property where the visibility questions are. So this is the opposite end of the property. It's about 500 feet away. It's 95 feet from this side, what is it, Cumberland Ave, and then about 65 feet is set in the middle from either side. That's the proposed location. The trim, this is the east elevation. That is the entry side. This is the back side, the west elevation. The north side. And then the south side. It's proposed for gray trim and black windows and doors and natural sidewall and roof. Thank you. Turn it over to the board for comments.
How about the chimneys?
The chimney. Let me just see what we've called that on that.
It's sideways.
Yeah. Quite honestly, I don't recall. We've submitted this quite some time ago. If we called out anything on the chimney, so the chimney could be natural brick, and if that's the preference of the board.
Is that it, Chip?
That is it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Board members. Yep.
Okay, so Chip, I know it's a big lot. This is a very exuberant second dwelling at almost 30 feet. And I think probably that the west faces into the lot, but there is no site plan showing access to this house with a driveway or anything like that. So I'm struggling with understanding what we're gonna see from where. It is very close to the cross street. So the size is a concern, and I would just say it seems rather overly fenestrated on the west, but then again, I don't know where I'm entering or getting to this house, so I can't really comment on what I can see from where. That's it.
All right, I'll go if you mind.
Let's make sure. Val, you're finished?
Yep.
Diane, your turn.
First of all, I have concern with it being 2910 as a guest cottage. How tall is the original house?
Well, it can only have been 2 more inches taller
That's right.
by zoning.
So I'd like to see it shorter. I'd like it to go down to be like 26. I would like the number of windows on, I believe is this the west? Yeah. Be reduced. This gives you the same problem that is in the main house. And the chimney should be properly corbelled unless it's some sort of weird chimney, because it's a house that has the main house has a roof walk on it, which is saying it's an old type style 2-story house, but the chimney here is certainly not a traditional chimney that I can see or understand. I don't know what the line is across a quarter of the way up. I think the place has to be reduced down to it. You call it a cottage. That is not a cottage. It is a full-blown house, and it needs to fit in, whether it's the total opposite end of the property, it's at the edge of the property, and at 30 feet tall is going to be seen, because the vegetation up there does not go up that high, and we've already got a multi-windowed one facing in the same direction. So I would ask for the amount of windows to be reduced down on both sides of the chimney, unmull them, and I don't know whether the ones on the first floor should be larger, which would give you some difference between the second floor and the first floor. Doesn't have to be a great deal, but it's very repetitive. Chip, it looks like it was a boarding school. So I'd like to see some of those changes thought about. That's it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
Okay, Chip. Let's start with your, bear with me, east elevation. Top to bottom, left to right. The gable window for light is too large. The distance between the second floor windows and the roof below on the main mass is, I guess, not atypical, but if you look to the right on the secondary mass, that relationship of the first floor porch roof and the second floor window sill heights is very odd, atypical. The fascia at the second floor decks is atypical. I think it's highly inappropriate given the fact that it's an element on each of the other elevations. And the front door, both with respect to the four-light configuration and the width of the side lights, is atypical and inappropriate. On the west elevation, my comments with respect to the second floor deck fascia is applicable. Also, I think the first and second floor triple French doors are atypical and inappropriate. I'll speak to fenestration. It's just really over fenestrated with 6 3-gang windows over the span of probably less than sets on 2 floors over less than probably 30 feet. On your north elevation, same comments with respect to the second floor deck fascia. That chimney is very oddly proportioned, inappropriate. Diane's comments about the dormitory or whatever it was, I think are very applicable to the foremost portion of the north elevation with those 4 windows on the first and each of the first and second floor. And then you can just rinse and repeat on the south elevation, those comments. I will underscore the proportions of the chimney in this elevation, I think, are very odd and atypical. That shoulder, pitch, height, the mass of the chimney above it, all are kind of examples. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. So this is call it a 30-foot high, completely 2-story. There's not any element on this other than unenclosed porches. No element on this entire structure is anything less than a full 2 stories, not a story and a half, not a 1 story. It's all 2 stories, and it's a guest house, and it's 30 feet high. It also has a minimal roof pitch at 8 and 12. So that results in this very large, boxy feeling building that I can only imagine is going to be seen from everywhere. So agree with all the comments that were made about over fenestration. I also think that the proportions of the west elevation gable on the left is far too vertical, as is the sort of halfway gable that we see on the north elevation. Also very vertical. I don't like the fact that it's flush with the other intersecting very vertical gable. Those are my comments.
Motion to hold for revisions to
there we
address
go.
comments made during discussion.
Very good. Thank you, Stephen. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to hold for revisions, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, there we have it. Now,
All right, thank you, everyone. Good night.
right. Okay, so Linda's holding her stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can I have a motion to hold all of Linda's stuff? That would be items 10 through 16. The motion is to hold for representation. That was Diane's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, JB Studio is sort of sandwiched in there at 62 Hooper Farm Road.
So this was on consent and I pulled it off.
Oh, okay, this is the pool. Okay, got it. Yep, okay.
It's a pool in the front yard.
Who's in the rotation? Does anybody remember? Carrie. Carrie, you're on this, the pool.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for that.
I think,
First of all, is Uri here?
I don't know.
Okay,
Chair, I
so,
do not see him in the queue.
well, all right, so due process now, is this the sort of thing that we had concerns about such that we want to have him repping it?
Yeah, because it's in the whole entire front yard in front of the house and with a 6-foot board fence right on the street, which doesn't exist in
Gotcha.
this neighborhood.
Okay, so let's put an end to the discussion and we are going to
Make a
hold.
motion to hold for whole representation.
There you go. Great. Okay, so the motion is to hold for representation and that motion, oh, I'm going to roll call it because Carrie's on. So that was Diane's motion. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Very good. Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, yes,
Mr. Chair, just for the record, I'm not recused from that for Terry.
yes. Did you get that, Terry? He's not recused. He was just getting a pizza. And we only held for representation. There was no discussion. Now, also, it says all the Richmond stuff, it says hold. Are we holding all that? Okay, so that's all being held. I guess because it's on there as being held, we don't need to move it. Now, that takes us to our old business of September 6th, of which we have sitting boards. So there's our friend. Robbie's here for our Gingy Lane applications. Myself, Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen on all three. Okay? All right. Robbie?
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So I believe we are back revisiting our topo solutions,
Probably. Yep.
which the consensus was to put an appropriately sized fieldstone wall along the westerly property line.
Thanks.
So that we could bring the topos down to something that matches the neighbors.
Hey. Just occurred to me, Stephen's not here.
He's right up.
Oh, well, are you, okay, you're physically in the room, but are you on this application?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure, because we did have some
He's
alternates.
just taking his apron off.
Okay, yeah.
Individual microwaves right here at the table.
Yeah. Or we should have the town give us like a nice wood-fired oven, with big paddle we can send in there. Okay, Robbie, yes, go ahead.
Again?
Probably just,
Okay.
for safety's sake.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, never mind. Stephen did hear
Okay.
what you said.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that, quickly, just the consensus was a retaining wall along the western line. We brought the topo down to, I believe, Dan Malloy's got it at 28 feet, which matches the neighbor to the south. And I think that's where we left it.
This is the new dwelling?
Yep.
One or two.
You mean dwelling one or dwelling two? I believe
Yeah,
it's
which dwelling is it?
The dwelling two, the garage have been approved, and everything seemed to be in order with dwelling one. It's just the topo issue needed to be resolved.
Was hold for revised topographical plan to reflect Mr. Welch's suggestions.
Yeah, okay, so, and we see this section cut through. By the way, there was some concern with a neighbor. Is there anybody in Zoom,
Yes.
yeah, that wants to speak on this application?
Hi, my name's Gail Nishimura, and along
Okay.
with my husband, Christopher Beavis, we're at 47 Westchester, which abuts the property. And my husband, Christopher, usually represents us at this meeting, but is unable to attend today. Our
Okay.
concerns are with regards to runoff with all the hardscape going down into our property. And hopefully seeing an engineered solution as well as verification that's implemented later. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments.
So just to help me understand, Stephen, what was your goal with the retaining? I'm sorry,
Well,
I'm not seeing it on this plan either.
the concern was two-part. One was that from left to right, the grade was too high. I should say from right to left. And I think Robbie has addressed that in the sheet.
7?
Sorry, I gotta zoom out.
I think it's sheet 7.
Sheet 7, yeah, in the upper right-hand corner, he's addressed the right to left issue by lowering the grade 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The other concern was a relation of that, which is in a neighborly fashion, that that's 2 feet higher than the already higher grade elevation at the rear of dwelling 1, which I'll note, just the forecast will transfer over to the pool area, which is that grade as opposed to the initial proposal has been lowered 2 feet. So that was the concern, and that was what I had asked, including the topo. Does that help you understand?
Sort of, but what happens in the back?
Well,
So if,
that's up to the applicant to address.
Okay.
may I? So if you look at sheet 6, you can see that Dan Malloy has prepared the site plan, which indicates that the 2-foot change, so that we're working, I believe, to elevation 28, which is the same elevation which filters over onto the neighbor's yard. So and as far as hardscape, there is a,
Yeah, hey, Robbie, I don't have a sheet 6.
no, 8. Sheet 8 has Malloy's site plan with his stamp on it. That one right there.
So say that again?
Okay, so we're working to elevation 28, which is where the retaining wall makes that definition of the topo. And it's the same elevation as the neighbors. Okay, it bleeds over onto
Now,
there.
when we're talking about the neighbor, are we talking about the neighbor to the south or the neighbor
Nope.
to the west?
Neighbor to the west is on Genji Lane.
Right.
So we're trying to make sure that the neighbor to the south, the Beavises,
Yep.
are well accommodated here.
So you're retaining on the western edge because the grade on the property to the west is 2 feet higher.
That's correct. We still think we can do it with a berm, but you guys requested a retaining wall, so that's what we're moving towards.
Right here. So there's your retaining wall. This
Can I
is
ask
high.
another question?
This is high. He's cutting. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Robbie, is it fair to presume that the entirety of the grade on the right side as you're facing from the front where the house is located to the full rear is being lowered 2 feet versus the existing grade?
Exactly. So please remember, this was just used as storage. Well, okay.
No,
All right,
I
everybody
want
recalls
to
that.
make sure that I'm
Yeah.
clear,
So
front to back,
On that side, it's all dropping, and then it goes all the way to the left until it hits a even shallower pitch. So that the height of that lot from its highest point, as is graded, will drop 2 feet front to back and right to left.
Yeah.
Except for where it's shallower than the 2 feet, it's gonna blend out.
It goes to the rain garden, which will,
Yeah.
where the whole street has been designed to drain.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Could I ask Steve a question?
Ask Stephen a question? Sure.
Yeah. Didn't you want, or am I crazy, that you wanted a cut through so we could see where the ups and the downs? Didn't you ask for that?
I think it exists.
Actually, I did kind of. The front elevation shows what I was concerned about. If you look at the top of sheet 7,
Yeah, it's a straight piece of land.
but so Diane, just to be clear, if you look at the far right, where
Yeah.
it says 30 feet,
Yep,
that's the height the house was at.
right.
So he's lowered it 2 feet, and immediately to the left of the 30 feet, he's putting in a 2-foot retaining wall that goes from the front of the house all the way to the back of the lot.
Right, so my concern was how much has been filled
Oh, I don't know.
in. Because whether that was a storage place for dirt or not, if you remember, Ginsey Lane was not a smooth thing. When it was the Taylors, it was up and down back to the old farm and stuff. But now I see it as a straight line, and I thought that you had asked to see how much was filled in here and there.
Yeah, you're correct. I think he's shown as a straight line, the underside of it. But I'll let Robbie address that.
Yeah, we've leveled the lot to the 28 feet because that's what the topo is that's there. Okay, that's our working height. Okay, before we went from 30 to 29, sloped it from right to left. But Stephen requested that we put in a 2-foot retaining wall and take care of the 2-foot drop all in one quick chop, which made the site level with the 2-foot retaining wall.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I still am not understanding how going from 28, 27, 26 with the hardscape installed is not going to cause runoff.
There isn't any hardscape. It's all lawn on your side. This is from the street. The street has, I believe he's got brick of some sort in that street. So that has all been engineered to drain to the left down to elevation 26. There's a rain garden. They call it the rain garden. Every site on Gingy Lane has been engineered so that the water flows to that site and then into the wetland area, which is adjacent to your house.
But excuse me, if you go a little bit further, if you wouldn't mind pushing the page so we can see more of the bottom, please. Thank you. So I guess I'm not quite understanding is like where your arrow is. So it goes 28, 27, 26. This is the area that our house is. And if you have, I'm assuming you have hardscape there, correct?
No, it's
In
all
the back?
lawn.
It's all
lawn.
lawn?
She's saying.
It's all lawn in the back.
Those contour lines end right there, but it seems as though it would go through on their property, so their property is down lower.
Yeah.
Right.
So what happens at that back property line?
The 28, you see where 28 bleeds over onto their property?
Yeah.
Okay, that whole line is full of Leland cypress. Okay, so that's just, that's the topo that's there. I mean, nobody's going on the other side of the Leland to.
Right,
With line 28.
but on the other side of that, you'll have, on the other side of the 28, you do have hardscape, correct?
Lawn.
It's all
grass.
lawn, it's all lawn.
Yep,
What hardscape? I don't see.
there isn't any hardscape.
There isn't any hardscape, okay,
No.
okay.
I'm not seeing any. I mean, I'm
Okay.
seeing.
We have coping around the pool, that's it.
Yeah, the coping around the pool is like the extent of the hardscaping. Well, and of course, the driveway. You know, the drive, it's in the middle of the whole page.
Which will slope to the street.
Okay, so this is all, okay. So this is all gonna be lawn or something, or clover or something, okay.
Okay.
So,
Let's see, where are we in terms of the board members?
I have one more question, if I may.
Okay,
Robbie, given it's going to be a somewhat of a flat site at 28,
yes.
are you considering on the rear of the structure where it'll be more difficult to grade out drainage? Some type of stormwater collection just from the gutters?
Everything will be channeled to the street and then down to the rain garden.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, folks, let's see.
I'll go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Stephen.
First of all, I appreciate the architectural changes that we previously discussed. Second of all, I appreciate the grade changes. I think it is appropriate for the character and setting of the neighborhood. There are other retaining walls, extensive retaining walls, including along the street side. And as presented, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next? Abby, Diane, Val.
yeah, I'm a little, leery of all of this, because when I went to see it, behind dwelling 2, there's a pretty large drop off there. It says, let's see, it says it's about 28 feet, but it dips down about 3 feet into sort of a canal, and then beyond that are the Leyland cypress. Right here.
No, the cypress are on elevation 28.
Yeah, so when I went out there, I saw this come to like an abrupt end, and then it dipped down like 3 feet, and then there were Leland cypress on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Like a canal. And then on this side, it was pretty severe on that far left-hand side. And I don't understand how that's going to get,
So what is there right now has just been the rough grade. Nothing has been set to the 28 feet, okay? We're changing it to 28 over on the right-hand side with a 2-foot retaining wall, which will bring it down to 28. So essentially, and I can't tell you within, inches or feet or whatever, but it's essentially going to come down approximately 2 feet from 30 feet to 28, right along that edge, which should make it level or very close to level all the way across the front of the site.
We're talking about the rear though, is where our concern is.
So Dan the surveyor has laid out the topo lines. Okay, so I'm assuming that his topo lines are correct. And I provided his stamped plan in the package so that we can all see that.
Oh, thanks, Holly. Thanks a lot.
I don't know.
right, so
If I was going to vote on this, I'd want to go out and have another meeting. Thank you.
All right, so I think one of the things that's confusing is on Dan's plan. Yes, Dan's
Doesn't show
plan
the
on
trees.
sheet 8, well, okay, that's not what I was gonna say. But it shows elevation 31, it shows elevation 30, it shows elevation 29. Those are all existing, but then I see spot grades at the various corners of all the buildings that are all at elevation 28. So that spot grades would be superseding the topo, which presumably the topo is the existing that's going to be changed.
Yeah.
We're working to the elevation 28. So his spots on the corner is what the dirt elevation is supposed to be. So he may have called out on here, and I'm sorry, I can't see it. He may have called on here the top of foundation, which could be 28.8 or.
No, he's called out
Spot
existing.
grade, I'm actually
Top,
kind of
okay, there's
defending
20.
your thing.
Right.
If you look at the topo,
Yep.
you look at the topo lines, which are the existing topo lines, you see numbers as high as 31.
Right, that's probably what's existing from the rough
Exactly,
fence.
it's existing.
Yeah,
And you're
yeah, okay.
shaving it all down to 28.
Exactly. That's
So-
it.
So is that, Robbie, that Abby had said that there was a 3-foot gully? So you're looking at reducing from 31 feet to 28 feet. That's actually a 4-foot difference
Well, that's in one area.
in one area, but generally, is that
Yeah,
consistent with Abby's observation that
Well,
what is
This
existing
isn't the one I'm looking at.
appears to have a greater
I'm looking at
dip
Dan's.
than will be the case when you finish the work?
Exactly. We want to work to 28, okay? The way Dan has, or the way that we've all worked together to try to get it to that level, okay? What is there now does not reflect what's going to be there in the end. It's just been, it was a construction site for the fill that came from the neighbors to the west that was piled up there. At one time, there was a mountain there of soil that was all trucked away. So this is just rough grade. We're working to 28.
And one last question, because it seems to be unclear. 28 is the grade over the property line on the neighbor's property
Yes,
in 99% of this lot area, with the 1% being the leftmost area,
yes, that's fair
which
to
is
say.
like a 5-foot space. Okay.
Yeah, the 28 contour basically follows the southern property line for almost the entire length of the property.
Mhm,
28, right at the line, right at the line.
pretty much.
Actually, on the neighbor's side of the line.
That's right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Gail has her hand up.
Oop. Oh, sorry, Gail, go ahead.
Question,
Yeah.
28 is claiming to be also the level of the cypress?
I would imagine so, because the cypress are on the property line and the 28 contour is on the property line.
Okay, so then it's completely flush.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 28 contour, if you had the benefit of seeing what we're looking at right now, the 28 contour is actually mostly on your property, not on the other property.
Mm-hmm. And the new property being proposed with this will be flush with the same as this, where the cypress.
Yeah, so again, looking at, Dan Malloy is the surveyor for this project, and he has spot grades at the corners of all the buildings with the exception of the garage, but the slab is identified as elevation 28 there on the plan. And the spot grades all around the buildings are all 28, meaning that essentially it's like going to be a level platform at level 28, at elevation 28.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
sure. Okay, any more questions, comments?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Let's give it a try. I'm gonna try a voice vote, see how that works. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve this with the revised grades, say aye.
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 So that the grades are attached to the house, not to the hardscape?
Can I amend my motion, please?
Yeah.
That will set the benchmark, which is the 28-foot and also AKA base of the existing cypress
Okay.
along the rear property line.
And that that benchmark is gonna be all around the building that we're approving right now, which is building 1, at elevation 28.
Mhm.
Right. Okay, so all those in favor of Stephen's motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm an A.
Okay, so that, it sounded to me, I'm gonna do a roll call vote on this, just because it's close. I think we just got 3-2, but let me make sure. Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Val.
Aye.
Val's aye. Diane?
Nay.
Nay. Abby?
Nay.
Nay. And Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Aye, and Ray Poll will be an aye. So that motion does carry 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, so that's the house. And now we're gonna do the solar, which we all know well about because it's been on the plans. We just told Robbie, thank you.
So if we're not in favor of the house,
What?
would we not be in favor of solar too?
Okay, so I'm gonna guess that the reason that you guys weren't in favor of the house was because of the grading issue, not necessarily because of the architecture. But, you know, you can vote however you want on that. The house has been approved. So now the different separate question is, the house that was approved, is the solar array as shown appropriate to this house? That's the question on the table. And it's on the back side of the house, on the south elevation. Do you have anything to say, Robbie? what are these circles on your photographs?
I don't know, I brought the wrong plan. The circles, show me.
You know, I don't know.
Oh, it's just
It's-
circles on the photographs?
Yeah,
It just shows 3 points of where the site is.
okay, all right. Like where the visibility.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Everybody got it?
Yes, and keep in mind, the little rendition up above is not what was approved.
Not exactly, no.
Wait a second.
It's the back elevation is the same.
The back elevation where the solar panel.
We have
is
to
the
be
same.
that specific because things are coming back to.
The only changes were on the front, those 2 dormers married together. We had some window and some slope changes, but the solar panels on the back, on the upper
Thanks.
dormers on the south side are exactly the same as they've been for.
Okay, so the drawing that
6
we're
months.
approving for the south elevation, and we will note this, is exactly as it should be.
I'll go.
It's
Okay, Stephen.
This meets our guidelines with the exception of the fact that it's on a wood roof shingles. However, the mitigating factor is on the rear of the structure and it's on shallow dormer roofs that will only be visible obliquely. You'll never see the roof color.
Thank you. All right, and who's next? Abby.
I don't have any problem with the solar, but because I am questioning the whole site itself, I don't know if how much, you know, my yes vote helps, but I see no
Well,
reason to
yeah,
pass.
a yes vote is a yes vote.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
I see no reason, this is a totally appropriate
Okay.
installation.
All right, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I think the solar will work. So I have no problem with the solar.
Okay. Val?
Ditto.
All right, I think we can move this. Somebody want-
Make a
Motion to
move.
approve is submitted.
Okay, we're going to approve the solar as submitted. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good, that one passes. Okay, pool and hardscape. Now, the deal here is that the pool is now lower. And do your drawings reflect that? Do they reflect your pool getting pushed down with the grade of the house?
Everything's at elevation 28. Yes.
Oh, boy.
And the pool is a rectangular pool that only has the coping, that's it.
Exactly.
That's the extent of the quote hardscape. Right?
If it ever changes, we'll come back.
And if I were John McLaughlin, I would ask if it has an automatic cover, and you would say yes.
It does indeed.
It does.
I
So
learned
we don't
from
need to
John.
do the fencing and all that.
Yeah.
Now, how about visibility on this? Folks, it is in the back of the house.
If you could see this, you'd have to be in a helicopter.
from a circle.
It is, but this is where we just approved that retaining wall. You know, it's on the downside of the retaining.
Doesn't show it on this plan.
Mm,
Should've.
man. Busted.
Well, we can add that to the approval if we approve it.
But it has to have screening too.
We can add that too?
Yeah, whatever you guys want.
What's the wire, 48, it's wire fence and vegetation.
Oh, so are you fencing it, Robbie?
I
And
think
there's
it's
a type
probably
2 fence
prudent.
here. There's a type.
Oh, yeah, I got a fence on there.
There's a type 2.
There's a type 2 fence.
Okay, so
There's a
it has the auto
wire.
cover, but that
There's a
doesn't even
wire.
matter because you're getting fencing anyway.
Yeah. There's a gate between the garage and the house. There's a fence along.
And, okay, that's a
Inside the
type 2
retaining
gate
wall.
between house and garage.
And wire along the Leylands.
I will just say that the fence is right on the property line.
Yeah, and, okay, here's the funny thing, speaking of the retaining wall, because the retaining wall is right on the property line too. So, does the fence sit on top of the retaining wall? In other words, up high? What's the answer to that?
Well, I personally like to see some sort of vegetation on the neighbor side.
I think
Or
everybody
is there
would
a hedge there?
think vegetation along that side.
It could be vines. It doesn't have to be like a shrub.
Right.
Well,
Just-
Robbie, you now have a retaining wall running along there. Are you
I know.
taking that 4-foot high fence and are you sticking it on top of the retaining wall at the level of the
Let's
neighbors?
take the fence off the application. We'll
Put an auto cover in.
I think
Yeah.
it has
It is an
auto
auto
cover.
cover.
I just mean to meet your code compliance and
Yeah.
stuff.
Right.
The rest.
auto cover.
And then deal with the fence some other way.
Thank you.
Well, you still got the wire fence, what's that for?
Well, that's in the vegetation.
Yeah, the wire fence is probably in the Leylands, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
So if I had a choice of looking at Leyland cypress or wire fence, I'd rather see wire fence.
No fence for now.
Put the wire fence in front of the Leylands and make it taller than the Leylands, okay?
the
Or you're
fence
just
out.
axing the fence, period.
Yeah.
Okay.
Off the table.
For
Gone.
now, take it off,
Okay.
take it off.
So we need to see a retaining wall added to the drawing. We
Yep.
need to see the fence removed.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
Staff.
it'll be subject to no visibility at time of inspection or thereafter.
Very good.
And before we move forward, I just have to ask, we approved the garage and the other dwelling, or they're coming back?
All
I think they're
approved.
And
approved.
were we, did we anticipate the grade change, or are you going to magnanimously
They are
address
they are
that?
held at the HTC office until we got through this topo.
Oh, we're good.
So we approved them subject to this grade change?
We're ready to rock and roll.
Okay, good. So the motion is to approve through staff, eliminating any reference to fences. And it will, adding the retaining wall per the house approval, and the pool shall not be visible at time of inspection or thereafter.
There you go. That is Stephen's motion. All in favor of Stephen's motion on the pool, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye,
Oh, you're-
one nay.
Okay, so that would mean 4 in favor, 1 opposed on the pool. Terry, that's for you. Okay, thanks, Robbie.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, now we're to concept design.
I'm here.
Howdy. Oh, and Abby's chairing this one. It's 4-person board.
That old.
Yeah, it's that old. Camp Coombs Oliver Road.
Look, no, it's so old that Ray St. Peter is actually on here.
Or St. Peter.
Sandy Kendall. Sandy Holland.
Sandy Kendall. That's right, he was on this board.
Yeah.
Sandy Kendall.
Dirk Roggeveen.
Dirk Roggeveen. Yep.
He was chairman.
He was chairman for a while, I think.
Yeah. He was good.
All right, he got along pretty well with Linda, as I recall.
Oh, yeah, that was,
Yeah, that was a.
I think people would just go to HTC
He was
to
a
be
gentleman.
entertained.
He was.
Oh, TJ,
Okay,
Hey, Abby.
hey, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
What do we, chop liver?
And the rest of the board too. I'm sorry for the omission. How's everybody?
We're good.
Good.
We want to hear what you're doing with your new drawing.
Okay, well, we've made a lot of changes, and I think we've gotten to where we've addressed all the points that we were asked to address, and I'll just give you a quick run through of it. The topo plan, we had to revise slightly in order to keep, in order to get rid of the retaining at the driveway. We've in doing that, we've eliminated most of the additional topography changes to the site, but we had to maintain a certain slope for that driveway at 12% slope in order to be approved by the DPW for the driveway. So we do have some proposed grading to the site. We've also added catch basins for the neighbors' concerns about the water. I know it's not part of your purview, but I just thought I'd mention that since they've been bringing it up. So moving on to the elevations, there's numerous changes. I'll start on the north. We moved to a taller chimney that was more code compliant for the height, for the 1032 rule. Larger roof walk as per suggestion. We've changed it by I think 2 feet in width and 1 feet in, or 2 feet in length and 1 foot in width, I believe. We omitted the roof walk. We've increased the height of the A and B window types to make them more, vertical, and we've simplified the door surround at the front door. Moving to the next elevation. Let's see, where am I? I'll call it the east elevation. We've revised the dormer massing, brought the eave lower, and make sure we're all lined up per the guidebook. South elevation, back of the house, we've reduced the areaway to not include the chimney. Am I going off the right set of elevations in these changes?
Yes, yeah, you're doing
Okay,
good.
because I'm looking at my copy. Yeah, and that's it.
Okay. Thanks, TJ.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Holly.
Thank you. So for the record, this is a infill within obviously a historic neighborhood within the old historic district. For proximity's sake, it's across the street from Moore's End, the first all brick house from 1829 by Jared Coffin, which is an individually significant structure within our OHD. So this is an infill, actually adjacent to another infill. From staff's perspective, although it's not HDC's purview, appreciate the proposed catch basins provided on site. I know that would probably hopefully be helpful to the abutters' concerns. Appreciate the simpler front door surround. I will notate that the bay configuration is still odd. I've notated this before, with that extra space to the right of the front door. The middle mass of the east elevation is under fenestrated, including the revised dormer. But appreciate the dormer revision, but it also should be done on the west. If you look at the west elevation, it also runs in. So that should be revised. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that it's a shame to introduce an exterior chimney because building with Nantucket in mind, page 73 indicates that existing or exterior brick chimneys are discouraged within town. So it should be relocated within the interior of the structure. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. I do have some advisory group recommendations on the proposed changes. They said that the changes are appreciated. Thank you. The east wall of the middle section is under fenestrated and could use another window on both floors. There is too much shingle area in the dormer. On the west, the dormer should not run into the main mass. It should drop back down to the left side, as was done, that was on the east. And the sunroom would work better as a hipped roof, glassed in porch with corner to corner windows. So those are their comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members. You know who you are.
I'll go.
Okay, Stephen, thank you.
TJ, very much appreciate the grade changes, modifying that front step and the side steps. I think that by and large, this is, I don't disagree with HSAG and Holly's comments, but I think most of the concerns are with respect to what will be viewed, if at all, obliquely from the sides. And I guess I don't want to sound, well, my biggest concern is whether this is proposed as clapboard front or shingle.
Proposed as shingle front. We once had clapboard, but we moved back to shingles.
Okay, I think that's appropriate for this location. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, and what are your colors? What are your trim colors?
Trim is white. I think the door is black.
Right.
And windows are white. Sash is white, sorry.
Okay, thanks, TJ. Diane or Val?
TJ, I appreciate the changes, thank you. On the east and the front, I agree with Stephen, I don't believe we'll see the rear. But I am concerned about the west. I think that's probably the most visible because of the driveway access, so I think you do need to change that dormer if possible, so it doesn't bleed into the side of the house. And
I actually have a program conflict with doing that. I did look at doing it, but I do have a door that I'm not going to be able to get into that bedroom. If
well,
I
then
massing
perhaps
it.
you could do something with the roof plane there, so it would go up underneath the windows and mitigate how that looks, that flush dormer. And I don't disagree with the comments that HSAG made about the sun porch with the windows going the whole way. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Okay, Diane.
I agree about the windows. I agree what he's done. I don't know whether on the west elevation or the east elevation, whether it needs a 4-pane up in the top to it just seems a little shy of windows.
Do you mean up in the gable there?
Yeah.
The main gable? Okay. Do you get that, TJ?
Yeah, that's something that could be done.
Okay.
Maybe if that is a porch there, we could, on the west elevation, maybe the windows could have another configuration, maybe made larger, bringing them down as if it is a sleeping porch or sitting. Now it seems more like a room. TJ, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see those windows bigger to make it's a porch.
The guidebook says the windowsill should be about 21 inches, 24 inches, and that's already lower than that. So it's tough for me to want to make those windows any taller and make them lower.
Okay, well, if you can't,
They're about 18 to 20 inches right now.
Go right up into the fascia strip.
yeah, why can't they go right up to the fascia strip there?
Like you did on the.
Are you talking on the porch? Yeah, they could.
Diane, anything else?
No, I would like to see the porch catch your eye more as a porch than a bunch of windows, because as far as I can see, there's not much one-story stuff. So I think, right.
Okay. Diane, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Welsh. All right, so, is there going to be a landscape plan with this so we can see some of the retaining walls?
We weren't planning on bringing in a landscape plan,
Okay, great.
not me anyway.
All right, so I agree with Diane. I would really like that sun porch in the back to read as a sun porch. I think the flush dormers are recede back, so I don't think you're gonna see them from Candle House Lane. I wish the front door looked a little bit more, it's just a 4-panel now. It looks a little suburban. I wish that was a more of a old-fashioned door, even a 6-panel. And because I want to see the vegetation and how that porch in the back on the right-hand side is going to be vegetated from the street. And the dip down from Candle House Lane, I want to see how that has a retaining wall. You have 2 feet where Candlefeet Lane is higher by 2 feet. And I want to see how you're going to deal with that in your hardscaping. Other than that, we've got one more comment. Go ahead, Diane.
I just
Yeah,
want to,
okay.
I would like to think about the color.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
White with black, I don't think is,
A bit harsh.
yeah.
Val?
Yeah, just one more comment. Maybe taking the roof where the sunroom is and running it across on top of where those French doors are might mitigate that.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate that it's now 2 doors instead of 4 with some windows. That might not draw your eye as much to this dormer up above it. So yeah, that's my comments.
Okay.
Do you think we can do it through staff or?
Well, could
I'd
I
like
just
to
wanted to say a comment about the colors. I think the white trim, like I would go for an all Quaker gray or a gray color. I think it would be a lot subtler. I think it would work itself back into this Quaker neighborhood. And I think the white is going to be too jumping out, and especially with black. So I would do a softer palette on that, and I hope you agree with that. So the pleasure of the board.
Why don't we hold for revisions, because I think it would be good to see, not see the final thing. Can we have it for light revisions and have it come back?
If that's your pleasure, we can do that. You can make it that motion.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Diane's made a motion to hold for minor revisions. And all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Steve, did you vote on that? Did you?
No,
Minor revisions?
I'm a no.
All right.
No
okay.
for revisions?
No, I think it's applicable.
I do too.
Oh, all right. Well, all right, so
We got 2 yays and 2 nays.
okay, so if I say no, then
So
we
the
can go
motion
back to.
fails.
Right. Yeah, okay, so, all right, say, I'll say no, so, somebody else try the motion.
Motion to approve is submitted,
What about the colors?
subject to the color changes referenced in discussion.
Okay, TJ, did you get that?
Subject to the color changes and the roof line change?
No,
No,
subject to the color changes in the discussion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
That's through staff. Through staff. Valerie?
Uh-oh.
I'm a no.
Did I misunderstand? Didn't you just say you think it could be approved?
I do, but I think it needs more than a color change.
Can we vote my motion down? No.
No.
Okay, no, let's
Thank
start
you.
again. Let's get this together. We've got the color change.
I
to agree.
think because the roof in the driveway, the matted massing on the driveway side with the flush dormer is only like 6 inches back, 8 inches from the front wall. It's very noticeable. I think that the roof should come over. I know it's gonna be like a little overhang. I don't know how you could do it, but it's something to mitigate that area is what I'm asking for.
And I think to make the windows for the sun porch bigger. That's
Okay,
what I
all right,
do.
let's just go back to minor revisions. That was, let's try Diane's. Vote again. All in favor of, Diane, could you make that motion?
I make a motion to hold for light revisions.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Well, Stephen?
I'm still no.
No, and I'm an aye. So back it goes, just for a few revisions, TJ.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. James, are you with us? James?
Yes, he is.
James, you're
muted.
muted. There you go.
Working on it. Sorry.
All right. Well, no, you worked on it. It's done. Okay.
Technology.
So myself, Abby, Diane, Stephen, Jesse. Let's go. We got everybody here.
Fantastic. Would you like me to drive or do you just want to stay with what you have on the screen right now?
What? Yeah, you do it.
Okay. Thanks, guys. So similar stuff that we're looking at here. So just to apprise you of the changes that we've made recently, the majority of comments that came back to us in our last iteration had to do with essentially the garage location and massing of the garage in the front yard. What we've done to address that is a very significant change and reduction in parking, as well as changing our second story or a 2-story mass to a single story mass. So just to advance this forward. So previously, our garage was a 2-story mass, which was really challenging to everybody. This is the newly proposed. So what we've done is we've taken that massing, just to compare it to the old. You'll see here, this is the south side of the street. This is the old massing down here. You can see full 2-story dormers, windows. What we've done is we've reduced it down dramatically, 6 feet plus to a single-story structure. What we've also done is change the fenestration and then change the dormer beyond it. Additionally, we've added a hip to this side of the roof. And you'll see this on the back of the building, but it's affected here as well. We've pulled what was an exposed chimney and brought it inboard here. That's what you see on the southern and the street side elevation. Those changes subsequently alter what's happening fenestration wise. So you'll see here again, this came down dramatically on the garage side, single story. We've changed this dormer and door here. And then as the chimney came inboard, we changed the fenestration on the north side, or I'm sorry, the west side of the structure. Following with that as well, we removed the chimney off the back, which nobody seemed to really like, and then changed the fenestration. And then we've added a balcony here at the request of the client. And then subsequently, also the dormer changed behind the chimney, and this is the east elevation. This was a very awkward condition, as Ray pointed out in the previous version, as we were trying to make the second floor work. We've reduced this in order to make it a more reasonable, normal dormer transition. And now things step down to the street so that the massing is more reductive and better in scale with the street. And then subsequently as well, we did a quick study in the neighborhood, just comparing and contrasting all the different locations that had sideways garages in the front of the street. And you can see them peppered all over Sherburne and Lincoln Circle. And we have several iterations here that we can see in the neighborhood. And just recently approved, even next door, there was a big parking court that parks about 4 that was just put in at number 7. So we've dramatically reduced the parking in the front, made the fenestration better, and brought the massing down. I believe we've addressed the majority of the concerns that were brought in the second meeting. And we await your comments.
Thanks, James. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so for the record, this is a infill dwelling within a historic neighborhood called Sherburne Heights, adjacent to 7 Sherburne, which is a circa 1920s colonial revival. Staff's comments, again, design should be consistent with the neighborhood's contributing vernacular. It would be helpful if the proposed site plan was presented as the locus sits with the north, south, east, west designation. Right now, it's actually to the side, and it's kind of confusing. And include the proposed driveway. Existing vegetation should also be clearly indicated if it's being saved or removed. I notate that the plans actually indicate vegetation, which is most appreciated, but whether that's going to be there to be retained or not should be notated. Appreciate dropping the height of the garage as proposed and simplifying it and removing the shed dormer. Location is was of discussion previously, and I still say that it should be its own structure off of the way. The way, actually, I do have for the commission, and I apologize, I don't have a digital copy of it, but this is a land court plan from 1937 showing the way. So to know that it's actually a recorded way that goes all the way around for visibility purposes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you wanted to pass this along, Connie, to everybody. I apologize, I don't have a digital copy of it. I did have a comment on the front door. It should be revised without side lights.
Excuse me, Holly?
Yes,
There is a lot of background
Yeah.
noise. I don't know where, if
Coming
it's
from
people
James.
talking in the room or
No,
where.
it's coming from James, I think. It's not coming from the auditorium.
Yeah, somebody needs to mute. It's really
Yeah.
disruptive. Trying to.
It's
Here,
gone
Holly.
now. It's coming from James.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate, so please revise the front door without side lights. Appreciate moving the chimney inside as recommended by Building with Nantucket in mind. The rear north will be visible from a public way. And I want to mention that the porch balcony details on the rear, again, will be visible from that public way, although I know it's not 100% transversible, if that's a good word to say. Nonetheless, it is a kind of a modern feature. So those are my comments. As you're aware, our advisory group had some comments on it. They actually quoted Building with Nantucket in mind, talking about garages were normally set, or quote unquote, garages were normally set back behind the house, but were occasionally located directly off the street in front of the house. The siting is generally limited to houses that front on the ocean, resulting the street side being treated as the rear of the lot. Attached garages should appear as an addition to the house, preferably accessible from the side or rear, as it is in the contiguous farmhouse typical in many parts of New England, unquote. This property is not on the ocean, so the garage should not be in the front. There is only one house on Sherburne Turnpike with a garage on the street side, and this is actually accessed off Sherburne Way. Placing an attached garage up close to the street with the entire front of the property becoming a parking lot is too suburban and not appropriate. The garage should be set behind the house as it traditionally done, allowing for a fully front yard. There is already a driveway accessing the back of this property from Sherburne Way. This is where the garage and driveway should be. The front of the main mass lacks any logical order. The second floor fenestration does not relate to the first floor. The depth of the main mass is 30 foot deep, creating a tall boxy building with a lot of roof facing the street. The depth should be reduced and massing be broken up more to minimize the length of the main roof line, reducing the amount of roof. There are meeting rail issues all around. Lowering the plate would correct this. The B and C windows on the front of the building feel proportionately too small. 6 light French doors are unusual, change to a 12 or 15 light. And those are their comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, so again, board, myself, Abby, Diane, Stephen, Jesse. Who would like to begin?
Greg, can I ask a quick question?
James, go.
Can I speak to Holly's comments, or do I have to wait for everybody?
You gotta wait, brother.
Just checking. Thanks.
Okay, yep.
The driveway.
Well, this is, no, this is the house, this is going up here. So, this,
Where's the, so this.
here,
Here's.
Sherburne Turnpike,
Okay,
come in like this, that's the garage door there,
okay.
front door there,
So Sherburne Turnpike is here or here?
here. This is that old house right there, that Mark
Okay.
Town was doing work to,
Okay.
the old Victorian,
All right,
cottage
so-
Victorian. Okay? Got it?
So you're saying that this is the driveway?
Yeah, but kinda, it goes more
in front
like
of the
here
house.
and like that. Okay? Anybody?
I can continue.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Okay, hi there.
Hi.
So, I was listening to the, HSAB and Holly's comments, and, my concern is sort of how this is on the site in relationship to the garage being attached to the house. And I wonder if that's going to change what's going to happen to the rest of the house and how is it going to be on the site plan. I do think it's not appropriate as it is planned, connecting to the main house. So until I know how the other board members feel about that, I think the architecture is, I'm not gonna comment on that at this point.
I can go.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
I think one thing that hits you right away is the size of the windows. The windows are very small. And it looks like, I don't know, I don't have my scale with me. But the C windows are only a little, the B windows are only a little bit bigger than the C windows. They're, I think they're too small. I'd like to see the front door not have panels of glass the same size as the center of the door. On the sides, it's too much, I think. I'd like to see the garage with just the two windows and not the thing up above. And I would like it to be removed from the house. If we don't need to have it there, it doesn't need to be in the front. And I would like to have it go from there. I appreciate the other changes that have been made, but I think there would be no harm in moving that garage. And it's got a fair amount of property. There's nothing except the garage, and that really isn't as a one-story. It is a full 2 stories all the way around. I don't know what its view from the water is, because I haven't, or to the water is, I haven't seen it, but I think that if you're going to have a 2-story house, that the windows should be big enough to carry it, and they're all, Johnny McGoffin would have a fit.
Yeah.
So I'll say it for him. And that's it for the time being. I'd like to see what it would look like with bigger windows.
Okay, I think that's valid. Thanks, Diane. Okay, Jesse, you ready?
Sure. Thank you, James, for the revisions. They look a lot better than the last revisions. They really do. I personally don't have, especially with the garage dropping to a 1-story, an issue with it being attached. It would look better being separate by itself, but maybe if you could give the board some more examples of attached garages in the neighborhood, that would be helpful. What you provided with the blue dots, that was just garages facing the opposite direction. Was that correct?
Some of them are attached as well. It was
Right.
it was a mixed bag.
Yeah.
But there are,
but
there are one or two on Sherburne, but not the neighborhood has them.
I do think Diane's point with the windows is is a valid point. I think it would, that would look better. But overall, I think changing the chimney and lowering the garage, it looks a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, Jesse, thank you. Stephen, I think it's to you.
Sure. I appreciate the changes connecting the garage, integrating, well, actually eliminating the chimney. I think, it's a large structure. It seems to be there's precedent for it. The north elevation is largely restricted in view to none, as well as some of the others. So I agree, and I agree with some of the other comments that have been made. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks. So a couple things. I agree with Diane's point about the size of the windows. I think they should go a little bit larger, which will actually decrease the perceived size of this house. Larger windows means that the overall perception will get smaller. The garage, I definitely appreciate your dropping it down to single story. The one thing though that I think that is not going to work so well is you have this appendage coming off that attaches the garage to the house. And on the second floor, you've identified that space as flex space. Now, the problem is that the gable end of that flex space essentially rests right on the ridge of the garage. So when I'm driving down the street, I'm going to see the eave of the garage, but then I'm going to see this big triangular ridge that in the elevations, I would have hoped that it would have been like set into the background, but it's not. It's like literally like piggybacked onto the back of the garage, the single story garage. So what I would like to see happen is to see the flex space made shorter so that now that gable end will be behind the eave of the garage that faces Sherburne Turnpike.
Certainly pull that back.
Yeah, well, seeing as it's flex space, I don't think that it would be a big deal to do that. And then you just have like a little connector piece that joins, something to shed the water that's coming down off of the north face of the garage roof so that it sheds it to either side. There's one other thing. What was it? Oh, the comment from Holly and HSAB about the side lights on the front door. I just think that's, kind of mixing a cottage style vernacular 4-light front door with a formal, kind of side lighted door. So I'd like to see that change as well. Anyway, those are.
Where's this?
That's on the back. That's on the north side, facing that little alleyway. Yeah, and I do have to say, the north side, I have been down that little so-called way once or twice. It's all overgrown. Basically, nobody goes down that road. And I think that there might actually be some kind of easement on that road in favor of the people who own the, what?
That's correct, Ray. So the access is in truly having back rear access to potentially putting a garage in the back is somewhat in question, which is one of the main reasons why we're trying
Yeah,
to do something
well,
on that side.
I am doing the house up on the hill there, and there's some kind of crazy easement that won't allow one neighbor to pass over it, but the other neighbor can pass over it in the other direction. It's, some crazy thing. But the lawyers are still trying to figure it out. Anyway, I think that visibility from the north side is, limited, A, and B, it's, highly impractical to put a garage there So I'm okay with the garage as situated. I'm glad that it's single story, but I would like you to maybe do something about that so-called flex space that's piggybacking on the garage. Those are my comments. So what shall we do, folks? I love it. Thank you, Diane. Okay, Diane's made a motion to hold for some more revisions. All those in favor say yes,
Can I ask
James?
a couple of questions just for quick clarification on that?
Quick, go.
Okay. When you're referring to the scale of the window in particular, are we referring to second floor windows or just in general? I noticed that there isn't a large difference between B and C type windows. I'm just wondering if you could speak more specifically to that, and wondering if I can understand like potentially how far pulling back the quote flex space would be, if I could potentially understand, like, do you think you should bring it back to the edge of the garage? Is that what you're referring to? Like the back side of the garage?
You know, look,
I don't want to design at the table.
in
though.
my view, it just shouldn't be sitting on the ridge of the garage. So if you pulled it back like 4 or 5 feet, that's fine. But what you're going to find is you're going to get a water issue there.
And
So
the cricket,
from a
yep.
practical standpoint, you probably want to pull it back to the north side of the garage and then just have a cheek, a little thing to shed water in between those two. But that's your decision to make. And as for the windows, I think that was more general, at least in my opinion. Windows just generally larger.
Yeah, you have.
Is there, if I were to,
I don't know
Okay,
that
yeah.
I have the size of the A window, but it needs to be a good size to give the house some leverage as it goes up, and the C windows do away with those altogether and make them Bs. You got a lot of space in between.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was helpful. Now, Diane, I believe you had made the motion for revisions, right?
Right, I did. Is that
Okay. Yeah, of course it is. Okay, so all in favor of Diane's motion for revisions? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you, James.
Thank you.
All right, so now, Mr. Catone, are you there? For the new fence at Vestal?
Mr. Chair, I do not see Mark in the queue.
Okay, no Mr. Catone.
Representation.
Okay, so we'll hold for rep, Diane's motion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Okay, is Val Oliver here?
She is, but she's holding
Oh, no, why?
because I have a headache.
You have come on. No, you waited all this time.
That's all right.
Carrie needs something to do.
Yeah.
A motion to hold.
Okay, we're gonna hold 11 Western Avenue.
For next week.
For next Tuesday, okay, so all those in favor?
Thank
Aye, okay. How about 49 Sankaty? 49 Sankaty.
I'm here.
He's here.
You're there, okay.
From his honeymoon.
Oh my, sorry to disrupt. But
Totally fine.
But, okay, so let's see, myself, Abby, Diane, Val. 4-person board on this one. Okay. Right. Ethan, we're probably not going to get to you tonight, so you must.
Back to this one.
Yeah,
we're clocking out early.
Yeah.
You got me excited for a second.
No.
What is this, April Fools or something?
Yeah. Okay, so here we are, Mr. Maury.
All right, I'd like to start with the elevations and then maybe go to the site plan after, because there was quite a bit of discussion on
Yes, there was.
where things were placed. So
Yeah.
on the structure, on the elevation, we reduced the width of the main mast by 18 inches. We brought it in 9 inches on both sides. That roof over the exterior stairwell on the right side was brought in 18 inches as well. And then the only other significant change is that we went back to that shingle style in the front porch with the cottage corners rather than having those posts, those wrapped posts. Sorry about the scan, guys. I know that that's pretty tough to read. I hope the hard
Yeah.
copies are better.
Yeah, they are. What's on the screen? It's a little fuzzy.
It is.
Okay, all right, I'll let that go.
And then if we could go to the site plan. Okay. So essentially what happened here is we moved the garage 5 feet south. That's toward the right setback. And then, so the main house still hugs the north setback. But if you're including the overhang or the roof over the exterior stairwell, the entire thing shrank 3 feet. And because we're hugging the north, the overall width gives you 8 more feet of visibility from the road in relation to where the garage is now. The main house also moved east towards the rear setback 3 feet to allow for a little more lawn in between the garage and the front porch. And with that, I look forward to the comments from the board.
Okay, thanks. Yes. Oh,
Miss-
hold on,
Mr.
Abby.
Chair,
Holly,
I,
yes,
I just wanted to say that although the digital set of plans were difficult to read, I appreciate the changes and it looks appropriate for this part of Sconset. I do think that bringing it back to the shingle style actually kind of ties in a little bit of this part of Sconset's modern as well as the historic. And my only concern would be with the proposed hardscaping.
The hardscaping.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which, is that on our menu for tonight?
Yes, back page.
Well, but are we approving hardscaping or just the architecture?
I can't remember. Maybe Dustin can fill us in on that. But since he was showing it on this back page, that brought, was of concern of mine. Other than that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I see. But hey, so Dustin?
Yep.
Let's all understand that, just because your site plan shows some amenities on it, we basically at the moment are only reviewing and voting on the architecture of the house, okay?
Sure. Yep.
No hardscape. That's for later.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Holly? Okay, so there's Holly, board members.
I can start.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna give you a compliment. I think the way you pulled the garage over to the right-hand side and so we can see the front of the house is brilliant.
Thank you.
I think the shingle style is working for you here. I do think it's a little heavy-handed with the, I would like to see those, I don't know what they're called. No, they're not columns, but the things that are making an arch. I think those should be a little bit thinner because those are going to be two-dimensional and sort of shingled on all sides. So I think they're going to read as quite substantial. I think the windows relating to those arches is very well done, but I think it's an opportunity to actually do, Diane, please forgive me, but to do ganged windows in there. I think that would give it even more of a shingle style. I think the windows over the front door applied on top of that fascia strip, somehow they should relate into that fascia strip going across. And I'm wondering if you could take it one step further and make those 3 windows, maybe they have a diamond in them, or maybe they're somehow a different window to give that, I'm the front door, this is the dormer, I'm shingle style, and give it a little bit more pizzazz. But I think you've done a really good job in these, what's the word? When you
Revisions.
Change, revisions, thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Let's see. Thank you.
I also appreciate the changes, and I understand what Abby's saying about the width of the columns, but I feel like it really grounds this structure from what it was before. It seemed so much larger with the little posts, and to me, this seems very cohesive, and does really emulate a shingle style house. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Diane, I believe it's to you, right?
Right,
Yep.
I agree with what has been said. I think it's very interesting and it will be good out there. Thankfully, I think that I'm not sure how, I would not like to see mulled windows on the first floor. I think it would be too busy on the front. I think the simplicity of the windows makes it sort of more classic. The rest of the stuff around, I don't have any problem with it. And I think it would be good.
Very good. Diane, thank you. Yeah.
Dustin, what's the colors?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What
What
are
are
the
the
what are the
colors?
colors?
Sorry, Quaker gray is the
Yep.
trim.
Yep.
Red cedar roof.
Mhm.
Natural
Sash.
front door, black sash.
Okay, gray and black, basically.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Any further comment on
I
that?
just didn't remember. what
Yeah.
color.
So, a few things, and I think that we're, generally have an accord here. So I agree with Abby that the, let's call them columns for want of a better word, but I think we all know what we're talking about. They're about 2 feet wide right now. I think if they went down to more like 18 inches per, you would get more opening and less opaque. And I think that would not only benefit people driving by, but it would benefit your owner living inside the house. So that would be like go from 2 feet to 18 wide on those. Generally keeping the windows situated in the same way that you have them. The only other thing that I find, and by the way, I appreciate all the changes. I should have said that at the outset. The gable over the front door, you have kind of sort of a pediment with the diamond shingles in it, but it looks like that the casings of the 3 windows that you have are sort of intruding into that pediment. So I would love to see all of that cleaned up, even if it means that in doing the pediment, you create a bona fide pediment where you have the triangle, and then the windows sort of hang off of that, which would mean that the pediment, the gable, would need to get a little bit taller if you assume that the windows stay the height that they are to be in line with the other windows. So then, the roof over them gets a little taller, but now you have this nice uniform line instead of this jagged sort of, serrated line of the pediment. Do you get what I'm saying there?
Yeah. What about a trim board that just, was a continuous header?
Right. Yeah. So the piece that goes along the bottom that creates like a pure triangle, that triangle is called a pediment. So the bottom of it, the horizontal board, yes. And then instead of having the windows cutting into that bottom board, they basically sit below it. Now, if you took your pediment where it is right now and you drop the windows, you'd have to drop them by about 6 inches but then they wouldn't be in line with the other windows. So I'm suggesting raising the pediment so that you can have a clean board just running all the way across and the windows just hang off of it. That's the way it's typically done.
Got
Would you just do smaller windows?
You could do smaller windows,
Like
but
the
they,
one-
you know, they would not line up with the windows on either side, I don't
They
think.
don't now.
Oh, hey, you know what? They
I like
don't.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so hey, listen, you have room to drop the windows, so just drop them down so that they're at the bottom of the pediment, not cut into it. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
Great, because I think we can do this through staff. Yes, Abby?
They could be the TW 2842.
Well, he literally doesn't need to make the windows smaller unless you guys feel the need for him to do that, because he can drop them down, accomplish what we need to do, and the sills will still be above the roof line.
Either way, you get a clean
Okay.
pediment and something.
Yeah. Okay. Does
I
that
like
sound
it.
all pretty comprehensible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
All right, here comes Abby's
Okay,
motion.
Motion to approve with the columns reducing on either side from 24 inches wide to 18, and
Good.
making the pediment, bottom of the pediment, completely go across untouched by a window trim. And then you just drop the windows to below that fascia.
Yep.
And so actually, it does, is your heart set on the black trim with the,
It's black sash, yeah.
black sash with what's the gray?
Quaker gray.
Quaker gray?
Quaker
Okay.
gray.
Is your heart set on that black sash?
It sounds like it. It sounds like that's what my client wants, yeah.
Okay, good, you have a client, I like that too.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, those are the changes, the columns and the face.
And the pediment.
Pediment and the dropping the windows.
Yeah, okay. That is Abby's motion. So all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. And I will write up the language on the thing. That's through staff, of course. So thanks. Enjoy your honeymoon. And
Thanks, guys. I
sorry,
appreciate
yeah,
it.
sorry to interrupt. And so let's see here.
You're all set, Dustin.
Yeah, you're all set.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Hey, how are you guys feeling? Abby's tired.
Just
So,
kidding.
you know, maybe, should we adjourn now? What do you think?
Yeah, I think we have another hour and 20 minutes.
Come on down, Ethan.
Ethan,
Well, you'll be our
dude.
last person tonight.
What? It's
No.
only 7:30.
I can't
No,
go
I'm
with
just, I'm
7:30.
busted his.
Oh.
He's
Guess where-
jet lagging.
Guess where Ethan was last Sunday?
Berlin.
He was taking a video of me running across the finish line in Berlin.
Are you serious?
I'm
Yeah.
not kidding. I got the evidence. in my
We're all
pocket.
there. Coincidentally?
We knew he was coming, so we,
They waited a few hours.
Berlin's pretty large. How did you get that?
Well, there was a
No, the
well-defined
finish
course.
line. No, he seriously got me. Like, he sent me the video. It's incredible.
We saw Camille as well.
I wept. Anyway, what?
We saw Camille as well.
Yeah, but Camille finished like 10 minutes after Bridget,
Yeah.
right?
No, I don't think so.
More than that?
More than that, but like around the 4 hour mark,
Yeah,
right?
Bridget had a good time.
She was like 3:40.
Yeah, and Camille was 3:50.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so yeah, it was 10
Yeah.
minutes. All right, cool.
So you were both waiting around. For,
Oh,
for
different.
A long
They
time.
started in different waves though.
Oh.
That's why she was further.
Oh yeah, we like went way to the back of the line because we were waiting for the porta potty. So we hear the gun go off, and Camille and I are like, I think we missed it. Yeah. So
Bathroom break.
it was more important. Anyway, thanks for the video. All right, let's see what we got. Myself, Diane, Abby, Val. Carrie, are you still with us? You still there?
I am.
All right. Okay. So 20 Midland.
Right, so this is a project that's out in Nantucket. We did request a view. I'm not sure if any of the board members had an opportunity to go out there. But we did, based on some of the comments from Mr. Mandel and the board, we did want to document, sort of some of the visual kind of locations around the property and around the area. I think it's most visible technically from, I think you go up kind of Starbuck and it's up on the hill looking backwards. And you can sort of see the top of the existing house. Just to give you a little context, this is roughly the same size as the existing house that's there. The existing house is 24 feet. We're at just under 25 right now. And it's in roughly the same location, and we're really not proposing any significant changes to the existing vegetation. So essentially what you can kind of see now is what you will see in this house. We've significantly reduced the height to be in compliance with the Nantucket Village Height Overlay District. So now it's under 25. It did involve, some tweaks to the massing as the board rightly assumed at the last meeting. We did eliminate many of sort of the funkier kind of fenestration aspects that the board wasn't necessarily totally positive about, namely that sort of arch top plating window and some of the other, like the 9/1 cottage style windows. We also, there was a comment with one of the board members that it seemed there was a little bit of a disconnect between the detailing from the back. So we want to continue some more of that shingle style detailing kind of around the entire house. It is worth noting that, typical with houses in Nantucket, the front is sort of one kind of element, and then the back is a lot more glazing. It's facing the water essentially. But again, I think you do have limited visibility in this area. More specifically, I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, the big move was really reducing the height, of course. And again, it's a foot taller than the existing house now.
Yes. Thank you. So staff's comments on the proposal, since this would have been in Nantucket area. Appreciate the detailed site plan and photos of the area. It's very helpful. Appreciate the drop in the height and meet with the village overlay. I still am concerned with the style. It's nice, but don't feel it's an appropriate style for Nantucket. It should be more Nantucket and less shingle style, and make the columns typical and simple. I kept on hearing Val in my head, simple. Even the window 6/6 would help. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Yeah. I could go.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
I think it's adorable. It is not very sconcy. It might be the other side of the road of Nantucket, though. I mean, it's not very Nantucket-y, but it's on the other side of the road. We actually just saw a house that has columns like this that we wouldn't let. We were concerned about the solar, so we did see one of those on Long Pond. I do think that the columns are a little too thin. If you're going to go this route, I think they need to be more substantial. I think the skirt is a little too flared. I think it can flare, but these look like broomsticks or some such thing. What would be really great on this house, since it's going sort of Hansel and Gretel, I think maybe a chimney would be really sweet. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Trying to think of the Hansel and Gretel and the chimney. Wasn't that the witch was, trying to burn them or something?
The big wolf.
Cook them up for dinner.
Right. Let's see. Diane, you're on
Okay.
this. Yes.
I think what Holly said is right. It should be a 6/6 windows. The south, you're not going to see too much. I don't think there's any road lower than Midland going along there. There's east, whatever it is, but I don't think it goes into Midland. I would like to see, I don't understand why the dormer on the north, on the entry, has that break, and then the little shed dormer with the triangular windows, which I don't mind. I don't know, I don't think I would go with those holes. I would go with just regular ones that sort of fit into Nantucket. And I think the windows being busier will help a lot. I sort of wonder why there is no additive massing to this. We've seen nothing but houses with no additive massing tonight. It could fit in a good way, I think, to bring you down to going up to the second floor. I think that the shed dormer over on the north side.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Side needs to come in. The window is sort of hanging out in the middle there.
Which one?
That's the
Diane?
north entry on the
North.
west, on the left side,
Oh, yeah, okay.
okay?
Mhm.
And, I don't know, maybe he should sort of stick with one. If he goes to 6/6s, I don't see any point in switching to 5/10/10s, for no particular reason. So, and I would make the windows on the first floor big enough to support the house, on whatever side that is. What does it say? What's this say? East side.
Thanks so much.
I think you're going to see this, all of this except the south side, which faces the ocean. Anyway, that's what I would like to at least look at or talk about.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see. Hey, Carrie.
Yep, I'm here. I agree with Abby about the proportion of the posts to their bases. I feel like the 6/1s are appropriate for this style of house, but I'm concerned about the differentiation between the front and back and the style. And I'm wondering if instead of having all this open railing on the second floor decks on the rear and side, is if you incorporate roof into it to sort of tie that low roof around the side and back so it speaks the same language as the front. Other than that, I'm okay. I appreciate the changes that you have made, Ethan.
Thank you, Carrie. Let's see, we got Val.
I don't remember what the house looked like before, so I'm, I don't know, just digesting it. I'm glad that it meets the height it has to, so that's great. I'm not sure about lowering this pitch to a 7. It seems like there's something about it that's unsettling. And so wide. I agree with the other comments that have been made, and I do like funky. I think Nantucket is all about funky, so the little quirks are fun. My only other question is the doors are 8 feet tall, which seems a little disproportionate to the style. We're looking at a front with a low squat roof, and then we have these tall, lanky doors all the way around. If those could be more in scale with, I don't know. That's all I have for now.
Okay. I actually think this is a cute house. And when I see stuff like this, I'm so happy that Mattakit enacted that 25-foot rule. Because, you know, it makes our job here at this table so much easier because we're not wrestling with a 30-foot high building, you know, and trying to bring it down and trying to scale it down. The 25 feet, you know, requires you to do things in a certain way. Story and a half, not 2 stories. And I think that the Hansel and Gretel comment was actually very appropriate. You know, there's quirky elements to this, and I think that they're all, you know, a little different, but I think that that's one of the things that we really love about Mattakit is, you know, you drive down towards Smith Point and there's that like box of a house that has the roof walk, you know, just sort of like is the roof, you know, on this flat house. And it's the most atypical thing you'll ever see, but in Mattakit, it just kind of like fits. So I have very little to say by way of criticism. I think that this is, you know, really great house. Did we talk about the colors at all?
Yeah, I do. I think we have Nantucket
It's
gray
on
for the
here,
trim.
Quaker gray.
Or Quaker gray.
Quaker gray.
White,
win-win.
cedar sidewall, cedar roof.
Yeah, you know, so I mean, it's not going to shout out the columns if they're Quaker gray, you know. Yeah,
What's
I
the
mean, they're
windows?
completely atypical, but you know, they're kind of interesting. Bungalow.
What's the last?
The
Anyway,
windows, we have Dove gray. for
Dove
windows
gray.
and doors.
Fine,
Great.
perfect.
Hey, can I
All
make a
good.
motion?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve. I did want those columns a little bit more proportionally correct. If you could do that for me.
meaning a little wider.
But just a little wider, and the skirt seems a little flared, like a broom, it's just maybe.
So a
maybe
little
just-
less flare. And,
Yeah, a little less flare. Don't you say, I mean, it does look like more of a, you're gonna put, never mind.
Making them wider, I don't think would hurt, would negatively
Just-
affect it. So
Just
top part.
in proportion with each other, you
Yeah.
know how to do it.
Yeah.
just a
Um,
little wider.
Yeah, so
Is that it?
that is, and can I give a compliment too? I just want to
As
say.
part of the motion?
No, just as an extra. I just,
Okay.
so we so often get new houses where it's just, you know, setback to setback, they've globbed on houses, they've globbed on the garage, the shed, the pool, and it's so nice to see a site that's just, has some ground and, you know,
What are those
driveway's a
green
little large,
things
but
called? They're like these big green things. You see them around. They're
scum on the pool.
trees. Yeah, trees.
Trees. Yeah.
Those.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, compliments to you.
Okay, well,
on that.
good. Now, there is, I believe that there is a motion on the table which would basically approve this house as drawn, just making the columns a little wider and having a little less flare on the plinths. Sorry? Through staff, yeah. Actually, because Carrie, you're on this, we're going to do this by roll call. So let me make sure I get the board right. So that was Abby's motion. So on Abby's motion, Diane,
Aye.
very good. Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. There you go. And so we have a garage studio on the same property. This is the 30-foot high, 2-story, unrelenting. Thank you.
So in this one, we did wind up reducing the height just a little bit as a matter of just sort of matching the pitches to the house. The biggest change is probably the separation of the windows and the dormer that face the yard. So that that west elevation is kind of inward facing on the lot. And we kind of really simplified that storage shed mass that's on the rear with the deck. We had sort of an asymmetrical window door arrangement there on the second floor, that's all been significantly simplified. And those are the main changes.
Holly.
Appreciate the drop in height to 21.7. My only comment would be being a little more simpler. Other than that, looks good.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. What'd you say, guys?
Can you show the site plan again, please?
Site plan?
Yes, please. Yeah, there's not much that's going to be visible in this at all.
Is the vertical board painted?
It's just natural to weather pine.
Okay.
Anybody?
I'm good.
Abby's good.
You.
Carrie, was that you, Carrie?
Yeah, sorry, me too.
You're good too. Okay.
Ditto.
Val's good.
Me
Diane?
too, yep.
All right.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so Abby has made a motion to approve as submitted, and we're going to do our roll call. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Great, Diane.
Aye.
Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. There
Thank you.
go, friend. See you later. Okay, do we have Matthew for 42 Easton?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, it does say hold. Yes, sorry about that. And yeah, so Stephen, sorry, you missed your chance. You missed your shot at the big time. Okay, so now, wow, now we're on to the new business of February, September 13th.
That's the garage, I think.
Okay, so Stephen Welch is up first at 38 Union. Now, oh, actually, it's Jacqueline Welch. Covered deck. Do we have somebody to represent this?
Who's dad?
I've been wondering that.
Someone's dad.
I don't know, he might be here.
Is anyone here for
Mr.
38 Union?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's a lot of people here for this section since we didn't anticipate to get here.
Yeah, I know,
that
it's kind of
quickly.
kooky, huh?
We have 12 people.
12 people in the queue. Well, we should, just,
Who are they?
what we don't know who everyone is. But let's just go down. Those of you who are listening in on this meeting on Zoom, I'm going to go down the list of the new business of 913, beginning with 38 Union. And what you want to do is if you're like in the beginning of this queue, unmute, because we're going to go through this fairly rapidly because I don't believe that there's going to be a lot of people here to rep. So is there anyone here to represent 38 Union Street? If so, announce yourself. All right. Is there anyone here to represent 19 Liberty Street? Okay. Is there anyone, Joe Topham, here to represent 6 Sconset Ave?
Joe is zooming in right now,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so if Joe's here, what I'm going to request from a member of my board is to make a motion to hold items 1 and 2 under new business of 913.
I'll make a
Very
motion
good.
to hold 1 and 2.
Well, we'll take Abby. So on Abby's motion to hold, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So now we're on to 6 Sconset Ave. Regular board, and I can sit off of the next one because I feel bad for the associate members who have shown up and haven't really gotten a lot to say. So Joe?
Yes, sir.
You're with us. Great. Okay. So you want to move a cottage off of 6 Sconset Avenue.
Yes, we want to take the 1945 ranch style home and we want to bring it to 88 Somerset Road.
Oh, so you have a home for it.
Yep. Yep.
Fantastic. It's not a move demo.
No,
I used
good
to
Lord,
live in
no.
this house.
You didn't.
It was called Thar She Blows.
Okay, Linda Williams.
I thought it was a Santos annex there, Val.
No, it was Patsy's It's DeSantos' sister's house.
Yeah, I know. Joking with you. Yeah, so no, this will be saved. It'll be moved. We've got that all
Boy,
lined up.
that's excellent news, Joe.
Yes.
Now, so do you happen to have a move on?
So that should have gone with it.
Yeah, all right. Listen, let's not get caught up in that. Just the fact that we're moving it someplace. But so,
yeah.
What?
So the reason I thought we don't have that filed was because the survey didn't have the site plan completed.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's
we'll take it that okay.
All boxes.
Now, hang on, before we get carried away here, Holly, anything?
Just for the record, this is a circa 1940s cottage.
Correct.
I do know that Joe's associates have tried to get some information on this structure.
Yeah.
Not much available except for what was in the NHL data. Appreciate that it's staying to move off. Obviously, we'd want to see the other COA submitted so it can actually move on to that structure. So thank you, Joe, for having somebody to move it to. I just wanted to mention for the record, it would be nice to have some info on this contributing one-story cape, but appreciate that it's being saved. I will notate, and I know this is more for the next application, but the one-story capes that flank this road, that's pretty much what you see. And I think the proposed one that's coming up needs to be more in keeping with
All
that.
right, well, yeah, we'll cross that bridge in
Great, but
a
thank you for
short
saving
while.
it.
I have some old pictures from when I lived there.
I was about to say, can we
Want
speak to
those
the
for the
historian about
record?
all of them?
Okay, cool. All right, listen, so folks, regular board, are we, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, do you want to sit on this one? Sure. Okay, and usually what we do is we sit, if there's like 2 applications or 3 applications for a site, you just stay on for those, have the bunch together. Okay. So, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Did you just catch that? Connie is going to be sitting in, Steven's sitting off.
Okay,
That would
that's
be for
fine.
both of your applications. Okay, so any discussion on the move off of the cottage?
No, I make a motion to approve the move off.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see how that goes. All those in favor of the move off of the cottage at 6 Sconset Avenue, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good.
Aye.
You're, okay, all right. All right, now we're gonna review, the new house.
Excuse me, who opposed that?
Yeah, nobody opposed.
Oh, I thought
Nobody
somebody
opposed. It
said,
was just, we had Val was a little late on the draw to say aye. So just so you know, Terry, that vote was Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and Connie. And that will also be the board that's about to review the new house. Okay? Here we go. Okay, so these are where Holly's earlier comments were germane.
Correct.
And do you have anything further to say about sort of the design or anything?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So just wanted to mention that this infill is out of character with the street that lines with one-story capes. That also includes the modern 2/2 windows and the roof walk that's proposed. I will add that even at 28 foot 7 inches, this dwelling will dwarf every other structure. I do notate that there's others on additional flanking streets that are 2 stories, but not on this specific street on Sconset Ave. As designed, it's not appropriate for this neighborhood, although handsome dwelling. I would recommend a redesign to fit within this modest Sconset neighborhood. I also did receive, and I forwarded to the commission, I think September 20th, comments from a Sconset advisory group. And they also provided photographs of all those additional dwellings. I have sent, and gone through and tried to get an idea of what is contributing on that lot, on that street, to give you an idea. Are we dealing with original 1940s, 50s, and 60s? So out of the bunch, I did 1 through 14, which actually goes to where the bend is in Sconset Ave. We have a combination of 7 contributing, and that would be from 1965, 56, 46, 55, 45, 70, and 60. And the rest are all either 82, 84, 86, 81, 85, 88, 89. So it gives you an idea. Again, there's that, you got a street here that's a mix of contributing and non-contributing, but they're all one-story elements. And I think that's very, very important to add. Again, that group, the advisory group, sent some photographs of the neighborhood of every single lot. Their comments for your consideration. This design feels too out of character in this stretch of Sconset Ave, traditionally lined with modest one-story homes. Ridge should come down to 25 feet from the proposed 28 plus. Roof walk is inappropriate for this neighborhood. On the east, the front door should be more prominent, looks like a back door. Breezeway between house and garage is atypical. Window well shouldn't face the street side. On the south, the attic window makes it read like a 3-story building. Pitch should come down to a 9 from a 10-12. Eave could come down to intersect with the east wart. On the west, need to break up open facade, larger windows, ? On the north, attic window is right in front of the chimney, which itself appears to be ornamental. Again, the roof walk is inappropriate. And so those are their comments as well, Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Anyone ready to begin on this?
Yeah, I'll go after you.
All right, so Val, you can start.
Yep. I think that I agree with some of the comments. The lowering of the pitch would really probably bring it into pretty conforming to the general area if it was really truly a story and a half. The roof walk is inappropriate on this style house, I think, as a story and a half now. So that should go. I'm not sure if connecting the garage is helping. It makes the scale of the structure seem so much bigger. And as that's just a connecting roof, I'd eliminate that. And I'm not sure about the 2/2, but that's all I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Val. Abby, you said you were all
Yeah, I
set?
gotta
Okay.
throw in my 2 cents here too. So Val lived in this house, and I grew up visiting my grandmother in the elbow of this road, in the elbow where it turns and it goes back up to Sankaty.
Yeah.
My grandmother lived down a dirt path off this road, and I went there every single summer
Oh,
since I was
wow.
like
Hmm.
1.
Ah.
So I know the area pretty well. It's definitely 1-story houses. If you were going to go up from that, I agree with Val. A story and a half is about as high as I would go. I was looking at the side of it. I think a broke back might be a nice, simple way to scale it down. I think the breezeway with the garage, that might be able to work in a sort of a rambling story and a half fashion. I could see this working. But as drawn now, no, it's way out of scale with what's there now. So I think the west proposed needs some, well, if it's gonna be, it's obviously gotta be brought down, so I'll wait for that, but it does seem, that the fenestration seems chaotic. And I think on a small building like this, you would probably have your windows in a row.
I'll go.
Okay, yes, Diane.
I think that what Holly said in regards to this house from Wisconsin, guys, It's very true. It's so completely out of location of 6 Sconset Ave, which is a little place with little houses. It's got to come down to being a 1-story or 1.5 story at the most. No, this has all been said. No roof walk. The garage should probably be set back so you can connect it in some way or other, but have it set back to free it. You have if you look at the site plan thing, you can see you have enough room to take it back. Maybe they're looking for a bigger house, but this is not the place to do it. The basement with the windows, I don't see any way to get down to there unless they're just windows. And you go inside the house. Wait, look.
Maybe it's inside. Maybe
It must be inside because it isn't outside. I would separate the windows on the north elevation and the other ones. I don't think in this particular setting that 4 French doors and 2 side windows are appropriate. I think the simplest way you can make it and bring it down to 24 feet, just under 25 feet would be what I think would fit in better. I appreciate the chimney because a lot of them have chimneys, and it sort of goes with the area because that's how they heated the houses. So that's what I have to say for now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie, your turn.
I don't have much to add. This is a very nice looking house, but out of character for this area. So I just have to go along with what is being said.
Okay, sounds good. I would agree with that. Joe, I think that you would benefit, or the house would benefit from this, concept of the broken back. You're so close to having it already, and the consensus view is that they want it to get lower. So if you imagine dropping the gable down such that it hits your shed coming up, then you have a broken back. And I think that is kind of like putting on a little bit of a disguise, in that it feels more of like a 1-story house than a 1.5-story house. So I would like you to try that out. And you're close to being there. I think that your windows could stand to get a little bit larger because again, and I say this far too many times, I think the smaller the windows are, the larger it makes the perceived volume. This is not a large house, but it feels large because the windows are relatively small. The breezeway thing, I think that if you just reduce the width of the breezeway so that the ridge of the breezeway was a lot lower than the ridge of the garage, it would be more successful because it wouldn't feel like it was just sort of, pasted onto the side of the house. Yeah, generally, it's an attractive house. I do have concerns about the roof walk, by the way, and I think they're probably going to be shared by everybody, given the context.
I'm getting that feeling as well.
That's it for me.
Mr. Chair.
What did you say?
I have actually a comment, if it's okay.
Oh, but I just want to make sure I heard. What did you say, Joe?
No, I just said I'm getting a census that the roof walk is not
getting that vibe.
Yeah, I'm getting that vibe.
Yeah, I know.
I'm knocking the
subtle
woman
thing.
buzzies.
Okay, good. Holly.
I just had one recommendation, maybe on the garage, this connector piece thing, to maybe not make it a snot nose garage, but actually turn in. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's a planner term I've picked up.
So what?
Okay, we'll clarify that one.
So it's
You mean push it back?
Not push it back so that way you're not driving into it, you're actually turning and drive into it. So it's facing the side versus
okay.
snot nose straight on, yeah. And then maybe that would be incorporated into the broken back. I don't know. Just a
Yeah.
thought.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that size of a lot to do that.
The room.
No.
Yeah, okay.
But-
Well,
Suggestions?
And just to clarify, that's a window well on the front that's dashed in.
okay. Hey, so Abby's going to give you a litany of suggestions right now.
Yeah, hi there. So.
Get out your notebook.
You know Green Chimneys on Main Street that goes on the corner of McKinley and Main? There are a whole bunch of 1.5-story buildings that are very cool and have added massing. And the other one I was thinking of is on Coffin Lane. There are a couple of houses on Coffin Lane. If you look through the trees, there are some really neat sort of examples of 1.5-story in Sconset.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. I think we can move for some revisions on this one.
Take a motion,
There you go. So
hold for revision.
Diane has made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now I'm going to sit off the next, well, actually, let me just see. Is anyone here from Nantucket Architecture? Because I was going to pass the baton over to Stephen just so that we can have, well,
I thought I saw Bill McGuire zoom in.
oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Well, look, okay, so do we have,
I got a Williams iPad, but I think that might be capacity. I don't think that's.
What about
Ben Norman? Okay.
70 Washington Street?
Yeah, okay, so let's tidy up house. So let's move to hold 13 Commercial Wharf for rep. Okay, so that was a motion to hold Commercial Wharf for representation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now I'm going to pass the baton over to my classmate to my right and offer 70 Washington Street. And I don't know what the rotation is on the associates, but whoever is up at
my
back.
question. Where do you guys know where we are in the rotation?
Can I get you some water?
She just went, and I don't know what, yeah, I don't know where is Carrie still even here?
Carrie, you still here?
I am, but is it not Justin's turn?
I don't know. Okay, Jesse.
All right. Finish this
Ben.
night off with a bang.
Huh?
Ben, are you with us?
Ben?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Why don't you walk us through?
Sure. So this is 70 Washington Street, land bank property. This building was built in 2002. It's well, do you want my personal opinion, or it's really not a very attractive building, and it's kind of awkwardly placed here now, kind of a sore thumb at this point. So we're proposing to move it off or demolish it. We're looking for takers. It's very tall, so house movers have said there are some logistical issues with how tall it is to get it out of here. But obviously we are encouraging anybody who's interested to come forward because it is for the taking.
Into a house move.
Okay. Ben, anything else on that?
No.
Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, the NHL data indicates this is a 2002 non-contributing structure. Although it is non-contributing structure, it should be moved and not demolished as it's only 20 years old. So I'd love to see somebody come in and grab it versus going into the landfill. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone would like to start?
I like this picture of the guy going by in the convertible and these two people walking. I think it's hysterical. 'Cause it's just, did you know they were in the picture?
I didn't get consent for them in the picture, no.
Oh.
I like his
I'm okay
shades.
with it, Mr. Chair.
Who else would like to go next?
I'll go. I'm with Holly. I don't think it should be demolished. It's 10 years old. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know why they're moving it.
They're turning it into open space.
It's what?
No, is that?
Land bank bought it.
Oh, so it's gonna be beach.
Well, they're gonna,
Dan,
it's
can you
gonna have to
elaborate
be,
on
it's,
what's going to be there?
it's gonna be a flood.
No, it's gonna be a park.
Yeah,
Guys, can we please, Ben?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on will be in this area?
Yeah, the land bank is slowly, emptying out this stretch of land. I don't know what the ultimate plan is, but it's open space, open to the public, beach access, public access beachfront. There's definitely going to be opportunity to revegetate it with native species and opening the view from Washington Street and Francis Street to the harbor. I do want to stress, we have done some diligence on moving the structure. We absolutely want it to be moved and saved. But if it's going of any real distance, we've already gotten a pretty strong, determination that it's going to be a difficult move to get it out of the Washington Street area. So it would be very tricky for us to be held to a move. If I'm just kind of voicing that at this point because we have done that research.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Val?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that logistics like that always seem to cause an issue because we're in so desperate need of housing that it seems ludicrous to me to take all these houses down. I just can't wrap my brain around it. What about putting it on the water and moving it that way like they used to in the old days?
They still do that.
We're waiting for the
It's the tide to
harbor
come
to
in?
freeze. And then you
No,
skate
they
it
can put it
across.
on a barge.
they
Yeah.
put it on
Well,
a
they
barge
used to,
and
they
take
used
it
to
over.
skate it across the
Send,
ice too.
send it over to Cape Cod. Someone want over there.
There
They
you
used
go.
to do that back in
That's
the day.
how the Dreamland
On
got
ice.
here.
Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, it is sad, and I feel like, but I'm sure the Nantucket Land Bank and Ben are doing their due diligence on trying to find a place for it. So I'm not gonna, stop it from being demoed.
Is there a possibility for people to scavenge what can be scavenged before it goes to the dump?
There's a
Are
couple
you
nice-
asking the applicant or?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, we don't like seeing these buildings go to the dump either. I mean, this is not, but if someone would like to take any or all of it, it will be, we can advertise it that way. We're happy to do whatever you guys feel is an appropriate approach.
Anything to keep anything from going into the landfill
Take
that
it to
could be
Surfside Crossing.
reused is, I think would be appreciated. Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay.
Yeah, and make every effort to.
And
find
make
a
every
home.
effort to
Yeah.
recycle the home as best as possible.
Great. On your motion, Jesse? Actually, we're all present, so all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Okay, do we
I
have,
don't think we have enough time to do mine.
why is
Thank
it
you,
that?
everybody.
Thanks, good night.
Tom.
Is it difficult?
Not difficult, but I think it's gonna evoke conversation, so.
Well, how's everybody feeling? Can we do one more here for
For
Val?
Val,
Addition.
absolutely.
To Meter Street is gonna be hard.
Let's give it a try.
Yeah.
I'm willing to.
See what happens when they give me the empty space.
I got stuff to
Just
say.
take it all up. Oops, sorry.
By the way, for all of you on Zoom, this is obviously our last application that will be reviewed tonight.
This is a house you're very familiar with.
Your name for the record.
Oh, Valerie Oliver for
Thank
the
you.
applicant. Walter Glowacki, deceased, family. This is a house that I originally did for Walter. Oh my gosh, in the 80s, 94. And it was across the street, and as we know, it got approved to move across the street. Linda, I think, ferried that through. Now it is sitting on its
Yeah.
foundation, and we're trying to make a couple of changes to it to move the kitchen upstairs, make it kind of an upside down house, so. one of the real wants is the idea of the crossbuck railing. And I know that that always has issues because of the height off of grade. So my suggestion was to put wire behind it, like
It's
the
done
cable
very
wires,
frequently.
as opposed to something that would be like, what's the other stuff people use? It's
Well,
plastic.
sometimes people put
Plexiglass?
plexiglass back there and then they take it off.
Yeah. I was afraid that might be kind of shiny, so.
It is.
Or gets
Um,
mucked up and, you know.
So that was one request that we had. Wanted to move the front door back to its original location, which was on the side there. But it's a different door. It's a door with 6 lights. And then we wanted to reinstitute, well, as you can see on the existing structure, there's a bank of 3 French doors there. We were going to take one out and keep 2 on the east elevation.
Is that elevation up? I don't.
That's the one that faces the street, the east.
Oh, so that's gonna go from 2 to 3?
Yeah. Then on the north, there's really no changes except for railing and the back staircase. And on the south, the south and the west, what we're asking to do right now, there is presently a 1-story shed element here that's closed in, is to simply go up over that shed element to add a little bit more space on the 2nd floor. On the west, you can see it's just going to mimic the gable. And in order to gain some more space on the south, I was going to try and append a shed dormer to the existing gable dormer. I know that's evoked some concern with HSAG. So after having read that, I was thinking maybe just making the whole thing a complete shed dormer, but those are the changes
Okay,
that we're requesting.
very good. Thank you, Val Oliver. How about you, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry, I was incorrect. 1997 was when the original structure was
Oh,
built.
it's written on my application.
It was. And it was moved from 44 Washington Street with the last, year or so?
Yeah.
And of course, being down where it's located, it should comply with our Resilient Nantucket design guidelines. From staff's perspective, the proposed railing configuration, I don't feel is appropriate in the OHD, although this is a non-contributing structure, I will add. It should stay as a shingled rail or a traditional spindle rails as it was constructed in 97. Appreciate the removal of, or actually, and I might need clarification on this, Val, but I was thinking on the facade, on the front, you were actually removing those French doors, but you're not?
No, I'm keeping 2 and taking 1 away and adding a window. There.
Okay. The front door should remain as is, but I do believe it's awkward to have those French doors there. I understand they're existing, but, and I understand that this was the elevation that was facing the water
Right.
previously, and that's why, but really and truly, the front elevation should have its a main front door. The new dormer on the south is an odd addition, I would agree, in configuration. Running into that existing shed dormer is inappropriate, but I would like to see what it would look like for a full shed, a shed dormer and get rid of the gable dormer. See what that would look like to add more room. No concerns with the west addition with pulling that gable out. That actually makes sense, give more room. Your advisory group had some comments, 3 bullets. They said the previous approval shows a front door centered on Washington Street facade where it should remain. It is inappropriate to place a French door on the front facade in such a highly visible location. The proposed railing design shows horizontal lines, possibly representing cable rail. This will be very visible from Washington Street and is an appropriate railing detail or material. This is not the place to experiment with new railing designs. A traditional balustrade railing should be used as was previously approved. On the south elevation, the proposed shed dormer runs into the side of the gable dormer. This is a flush dormer, even though it's drawn as if it's set back. It does not meet the traditional dormer design specs as outlined in building with Nantucket in mind, and should be separated from the other dormer setback 1 foot as required. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to start?
I think
All right, Abby, go.
I kind of think the crossbucks, as much as I love them, I think they're drawing too much attention. And I would like to see just a simple balustrade on the second floor and the first floor.
Like we had, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then I think the 6/1s are good, and I don't understand why I don't understand what those ones are to the right. What are those doing?
Those are French doors.
Oh, those are French doors, but
Yeah.
they don't have any bottom. Okay.
Well, they don't have any bottom
Well,
because
I'd
you're
rather-
looking at the little metal rail.
Yeah, I'd rather see 2 gang windows there, like on the far left. I'm not sure about the front door because I think a side entrance, if I were living in this house, that door is gonna blow open all the time. You're never gonna use it, so.
But there is a door there.
There is a door there,
Yeah.
yeah, so I, people say that you have to have a front door in the front of the house, so maybe they're right. I think on the side of the house, those shed dormers, that's a good idea to turn that gable, that doghouse dormer into just one long, 4 windows in there. And I don't know, I think it's gonna be great. What's the trim color?
I think it's white.
It was blue.
Let me see, hold on.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That whole house was blue.
It's white, white.
It's going to be white. I think
Yeah.
that's probably appropriate for
Yeah.
Washington, seeing that everything else is white down there. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, ready?
Yeah, I agree with the railing. I'm a little concerned, though, the proposed shows west elevation, for example, 12 steps. The previous approval was 9. Aside from the more fundamental issue of filling in the front door area. But this already looks very tall, and I'd like to make sure that we're not adding height. Or are we rectifying an as-built situation?
I think what Stephen's asking is.
I don't know.
Can I?
Well, the building is already situated on.
Correct.
Right, so it's a fait accompli. And I guess we're all assuming that it's set to the proper flood elevation.
It is not.
That is your question, right?
No, my question, yeah, well, yes and no. I mean, it's just a simple question. Are we ratifying an as-built condition because the proposed shows a taller elevation by 3 steps?
On the
than what was
west?
Previously approved. On the west, there's 12 steps to the floor height. On the previous approved, there's 9.
You remember the great conversation?
Well, maybe it's
I
just the
wasn't on this,
person
I
who
didn't
drew
approve
it.
this.
No, I mean, originally, when it was on the other side of the street with Linda Williams doing it, and it was coming over, and we made her turn the building, so the front door when it was on the other side faces west. When it came over to this side, then it was supposed to be turned, and it was only supposed to be 6 feet. I believe that's the flood thing, and it isn't. It's almost 10 feet
Yeah, I don't know, Dane, I didn't sit on it.
on the old one.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that's because I live right around the corner and I see it every
All the
time I
time.
go out, and it's so not all the houses behind it, which was my mother, not my mother-in-law, it was Diane's mother-in-law, it was Holgate. They all little 1-story buildings, and the ones that are still there are still 1-story buildings, except somebody bought her house at the corner of Fayette and Washington. But that building is huge. So drive by it and look
There's
at it.
pictures.
Even the Gowacki, which Gowacki owns it,
Kim.
said, somebody questioned him and he said, oh, well, it's 8 feet. And then the building goes up from that.
Well, I
Okay.
think the west is probably a drawing error on my part because the rest of them are 9, so I apologize
Yeah,
for that.
I counted the steps on the east and it's the same between your proposal and what was approved.
Right.
Oh,
So,
I see what you're talking about, Stephen.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally get it. Those are rather small
We might have
risers.
to put some
And-
brush in front of that.
so,
Well, hang on now.
Okay.
Let's draw it back in. So Stephen, you
Um,
had the
yeah.
chair.
Also, I think the south elevation with respect to that dormer, it's an appropriate detail.
You want to go all shed?
all the dormers on this house are flush, sticking up high like that. I'm just trying to run the eave by.
Yeah, I'm talking about on the south elevation,
Correct?
Yeah.
joining that
Right.
together, I think is inappropriate detail.
And what HSAB agreed with you, and they said it would be better just to get rid of the gable and just have it all be a shed.
Yeah.
Which we're willing to do.
It's much better. Hold on, Stephen,
Yep, good with that.
that's it?
Mhm.
Oh, you're done. Okay, let's see. I got you.
I was first.
Diane?
I'm not going to comment on it. I have a problem looking at it as I drive by.
Because of the height, yeah. All right. Who was my stand-in for?
Connie.
Would be Connie would have been next,
Connie,
but Val's off as well, so there's.
So,
you're gonna need two.
Carrie?
So it'd be Carrie if she's still.
Carrie, are you still there?
I'm here. I
So,
am.
Comments on this?
I agree with no cross bucks and cables. And I agree that the gable and shed combo should just be a shed set back a foot. And I'm okay with the addition to the ridge towards the back. And can I see the front elevation again? So that was a matter of the one facing the, yeah, that one. You're taking away all the French doors?
No,
That's where I'm confused, because all the east
Yeah,
elevation,
no, it's because of the railing, she's not showing the bottom part of the French.
okay, so you
That's
have
what's
one set of
making-
French doors and the rest are windows.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm okay with that, but I think the configuration should be a little better. Maybe the French should be in the center. But I think I preferred the first rendition, the original rendition of that elevation.
Okay.
Oh.
Is that it?
Yep.
Hey, so I just want to, for the record, Diane, are you sitting on this or did you?
Mr. Chairman, may I interject? Can Diane sit off this application because she has made comments in the past about this about this property?
Oh,
So in
Oh.
order to keep it clear
I-
for unbiased opinions,
gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, so thus the Connie.
What did I say? Every time it's come up, I said what I think about it, but.
Wait,
Diane, we can discuss this after the meeting, but yes, we have to
No,
keep
I
unbiased
let it go.
opinions on
You can do
applications.
whatever you want.
okay. So Connie, and I, all right, we'll touch on that. Go ahead. Comments.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
I don't have a lot more to add. I'll agree with the railing configuration. The French doors are a little bit odd for me, just visually. But, oops. Yeah, it is a very tall structure for the location. When I walk by it in the morning, it's pretty tall and it's pretty flush with the roads. I'm not sure what you could even add to the front of it. All the little houses behind it, it dwarfs it. I don't really have a lot other to say.
I got an idea.
I was gonna make a motion to hold to make sure.
Well, I'm gonna give my comment. First of all, Connie, have you finished?
Yes.
Okay. So my comment's this, I actually liked the crossbuck. I didn't like the metal cable rail, but if you just put like, well, what do you, like rat wire or chicken wire, you know, something behind it, you'll never see it. You know, it'll meet code. That was one thing. And the crossbucks, by the way, in this case would be 2x4s on the flat as opposed to 2x2. So, but that's just my own opinion. It doesn't sound like you got a lot of support for the crossbucks.
All right.
I do like them, and I do make a distinction between the much more formal Union Street, which is 1 block away. I think this is sort of more seaside and can be more casual. I don't need to have the front door centered. And then the dormer on the side, yes, just one shed dormer. And so how about this? You're here for these revisions, and there are obviously concerns and questions about the height of the finished floor above grade.
Yeah.
Why don't, as part of the motion, we have that you do a elevation certificate of what's in place now
That's my
to give us
motion.
some peace of mind or whatever.
So not approved, come back with revisions
Yes.
and an elevation certificate.
Right. Have the surveyor shoot the finished floor and tell us what that finished floor elevation is with respect to the actual floodplain required finished floor.
Okay,
Okay?
that's my motion.
Oh, so there's Abby's motion, and because Carrie was on this, we're gonna do roll call, right?
Were you saying you like the crosswalks in the second floor? Because I thought that was very demanding.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I just like the crossbucks. I think they're appropriate in there, whereas they would not be appropriate on Union. That was my point. Okay, so that is Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Connie?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen? Very good. Abby on your motion, and I'm in favor. All right, so that's it. Thanks a lot for staying overtime, everybody.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, there we go. There's a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.